Thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today. It is February 27th of 2022, and the world is crazy. What is going on? Well, I want to thank you all for being here with me, and of course, I want to thank Dal for being the very first person to speak, to talk with us. If you have never been here before, the first time you're joining us, I want to thank you for being part of the audience and participating every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We do a live stream with you. We reach out on all the social media to hear your voice about the issues that matter to us all, because we believe in the First Amendment, not just for American citizens, but for anyone in the world, even if your government doesn't agree. And God, are we seeing governments that do not agree at this time? Dal, you're very correct when he says, welcome to the Thunderdome. That is what we're looking at right now. There's no reason to delay. Let's go into the breaking news. It's the first thing I wanted to talk about, and it's been coming out just about an hour and a half beforehand. And there we go. And that's that you're hearing a bunch of news right now. Putin puts nuclear forces on high alert, escalating tensions. That's one of the news reports you're hearing. This is coming from the Associated Press. You may have heard it as high alert, special alert. There's a lot of confusion on this, and part of that is because this is meant to confuse people, to make them wonder what's going on. Let's be very clear about this. Vladimir Putin said, and he, to be very specific, he said that, here it is, he was speaking with his top officials, and he announced that, and told his defense minister and the chief of the military general staff to put nuclear forces in a, quote, special regime of combat duty. Now, the thing about that is, in the Western states, in United States and Europe, no one really knows what that means, because nuclear forces for Russia, for China, for America are on 24-hour alert at all times. We have submarines constantly out every day. We have ships, battleships, aircraft carriers that are out in the oceans every day. So they're always at high alert. They're always on alert. What is a special regime of combat duty? Nobody knows, which is why you're seeing in the news that it's being reported as high alert. It's being reported as special alert. In other words, they don't know. What Putin has done is, by making that statement, which could be a reiteration of the current status of his nuclear forces, he's driving the West nuts. He's driving Europe and NATO and America crazy because they don't know what he's doing. It's a very unique tactic, but and it drives the West into America into a new level. Their tensions are higher and higher. Why did he do this? Well, the simple answer is it's because of the reaction to SWIFT, a reaction to the West trying to isolate Russia, cutting down the number of banks that can do business with Russia, and partially attacking the oil and gas sales of Russia, which is about 40% of its income. Although the United States has specifically said they won't attack that several countries, including Germany, don't want to touch the oil reserves because it will drive up the prices of oil, and it will be better for Russia and hurt Europe and the rest of the world. That's the real news there. And we're going to go into that in some detail, but that is the breaking news, and we want to make that clarification so that people have a better understanding of what's going on, because there is a lot of propaganda happening. There is propaganda from Russia. There is propaganda that's coming from the United States and also from Europe. Jason from Bing says, we are still buying their oil. Yes, we are. well, more importantly, Germany is. Northern Europe is buying the Russian oil. That hasn't stopped. So as much as we're hearing about sanctions, which are basically a restart of the sanctions that were created by the Obama administration, a restart of the sanctions that were created by the Trump administration, this is the one new thing is the SWIFT, which will affect some of the banks. But essentially, we're in a status quo. Russia is back where it was in 2014, essentially. 2016, essentially. And they're not going to lose their oil sales. So there really is a big limit and a big cap on the sanctions. I know we were promised by Joe Biden that this would be the most devastating sanctions that Russia has ever seen. And to do that, that means you would have to sanction and stop all oil sales, which would destroy Europe, which is why they won't do it, which means it's not nearly as devastating as he would like you to believe. Sorry, had that on the screen there, didn't mean to. So again, that's some of the stuff we're going to be going into during the show today to try and explain that. Some other breaking news that I want to address as well before we get further is, as you know, there is the State of the Union address that is coming up very shortly. And traditionally, you have the State of the Union address by whichever parties, Democrats or Republicans, whoever the president's party is. The president makes his announcement, and then the opposing party would always make the rebuttal. They make a much shorter speech. Well, there's some new news that's coming out. For the first time in my almost 54 years of life, we're going to hear from Joe Biden. Then we're going to hear from the Republicans in their rebuttal. And then we're going to hear from the Democrats again, because it's going to be the progressives who are going to respond to Joe Biden and come up with a counter speech, which sounds insane. So the progressives, which are a fringe subset of the far left of the Democratic Party, are going to be making a speech against Joe Biden, who is in their own party, who is representing their own values, and they're going to attack him, which I don't even understand what's going on there. But it shows you that the destabilization that we are seeing globally, that is happening in North Korea, as we will discuss, what's happening in the Middle East with Iran, which we will discuss, what's happening in China, with China against Taiwan, and what's happening with Northern Europe with the Ukraine versus Russia. This destabilization is affecting the United States, not just economically, but it's happening politically. The lack of leadership of the Biden administration is being reflected in members of his own party are going rogue and going out there, and they're making their own thing happen. So we have Democrats against Republicans, or rather progressives versus Democrats versus Republicans. It's just crazy. Jason mentions, I think that people have forgotten that Russia was giving money to the anti-fracking groups in New York State. Well, they've been giving money to many organizations in the United States, many of them Democratic, many of them progressive, for the purpose of destabilizing the United States. They've been doing it for many years. And to be fair, I can't blame them because, well, every government does that. We have Britain, the United Kingdom, that pays for destabilizing, to an extent, groups and organizations in France, in the United States. Every country does that. It's part of the espionage. So it happens, but it's not the biggest thing to me. Now, you may say, well, no, Mike, that's very significant. But considering that every government does that, every government interferes with every other country's elections, they have interference with the news and what's being reported. They go out and they fund various fringe groups. to cause dissension within those countries. That's standard practice of every nation on the planet. It's politics going back to, God, the Middle Ages, if not even earlier than that. So I don't find that as big, but it is true that the Soviet Union, well, the Russians have paid for anti-fracking, which disrupts and diminishes the ability of the United States to be a net exporter of oil and gas, which hurts our allies and hurts us. Jason also mentions that, yeah, the Dems are screwed. They're eating themselves. And I think it's very true. Matter of fact, just so you guys can see how bad it is, Bill Maher, who is a Democrat, he is a leftist. He's not just a Democrat, he is on the far left, always has been. But he is finally awakened to the fact that Joe Biden, the Biden-Harris administration, progressive movement in the United States is destroying this nation, and it's finally affecting his pocketbook. Remember, in 2019, it was Bill Maher who was saying that he wanted to have a recession in the United States, that he wanted Americans literally to lose their jobs so that his party, the Democrats, could win an election. It was Bill Maher in 2020 who said to Democrats and to women, don't worry about Me Too. Don't pay attention to the sexual assault allegations against Joe Biden. Vote for him anyway because they want him to win. They wanted President Trump to lose. He didn't care. He basically said, take the loss. Me Too is not as important as an election, and in particular, an election for who he wanted in office. And now that he has gotten Joe Biden in office, now that we have lived through a year of Joe Biden and watched the devastation to our economy and to the global stability that we've been talking about since January 21st, one day after he got in office and sent American troops into Syria, escalating that problem. Well, now we see Bill Maher has a problem. Now Bill Maher wants to see this stop. He thinks things have gone too far. Well, thank you, Bill Maher, for waking up. But now here's Bill Maher, and he's upset because Representative Rashida Tlaib, a member of the Squad, a Democrat socialist, a member of the AOC party, someone who wants to transform America, continuing the transformation that President Obama promised would be happening. She is scheduled, and like I said, she's going to be rebutting Joe Biden on the State of the Union. And Bill Maher is sitting here and he's just amazed. To quote him, he says, "Now, I've always seen the opposition party give a rebuttal. This is from the same party. Well, the fringe of the same party. This is like sacking your own quarterback. And that's a pretty piss poor quarterback you have if it's Joe Biden." He goes on to say, "I don't know, maybe she's going to say some nice things about Joe, but basically it's to present bad ideas for the Democrats." And that's kind of funny. He goes, "I remember that Rashida Tlaib is very us versus them. I remember because she's one of the Squad members. And I remember we talked about this on this show one night, BDS, which is the boycott that some people want to do against Israel because Israel somehow became Nazis." And I said, no, that BDS is a bunch of bull. See, this is the thing. Oh, come on. Don't tell me that the internet overlords are freezing me already. I barely even said anything yet. Here we go. Somehow the internet overlords didn't like some aspect of what I was just saying. So I hope everyone was able to hear what I was just talking about, how Bill Maher is highlighting that the Democratic Socialists, the progressives, are out of their minds. Okay, thank you, Dal, for letting me know that we are still up. Looked like it froze on my side, and I'm surprised because I'm only quoting Bill Maher, the far left. I'm only quoting the news that is out there. We haven't even gotten into what I think about most of these things, and what you think about these things, because this is about what you're thinking. So this is important. This is the destabilization of the United States that is being matched by the destabilization in the globe. Once the Iran nuclear deal is finalized, which we will talk about in a moment, what we're going to see is even more global terrorism funded by the United States due to Joe Biden, just like it happened in 2016 under the Obama administration. And that's going to mean that things are going to get much, much worse. And like we've said for the last couple of months in talking about the Ukraine-Russia situation, I hope we are wrong. But history has shown on this program and the things that we have talked to you about over and over again, we usually aren't. We usually get it pretty right. We get most of the details correct, and that's not good because things are not getting better, they're getting worse. And Bill Maher may have just woken up to this, but it's been happening for a while, and we need to turn this all around. Now, Dow mentions if the administration really wanted the sanctions to have any teeth, the consensus among many is that the sanctions should have been applied to China, Iran, and North Korea. Now, I agree with you, but these sanctions aren't supposed to have teeth. They're supposed to have a good image. This is about, and I've said this for 3 months now. I've been saying this since December, I believe December 13th. Everything you are hearing from the Biden administration, most of what you're hearing from Europe is about politics. It's about eye candy. It's about looking like they are doing something, even though what they are doing is ineffective. It's a sad state of affairs that across the world, and especially in the United States, we have convinced the public that as long as elected officials do something, that they're doing the right thing. They're not the same thing. That's not true. You can do something and do something that's completely ineffective, and you might as well have done nothing at all. Or in fact, what we've seen with Joe Biden is that we've seen many things that are counterproductive that he has done, saying, look at what I'm doing stuff, and we're seeing the result of that and the consequences of it, and we're going, stop doing things. Just stop. No. Not everyone will agree with me on this, and that's fine. That's what this channel is about. That's what this program is about. It's about your voices, and you get to speak about this. Not only can you write in like you were seeing with Lee, and I'm going to get to your comment in 1 second, Lee, but Lee, Dal, and Jason, you can see that you can type in and send in your tweet, your chat from all the social media to speak to us. You are also able to see us on our Discord right now simultaneously. But you can also call into the program at 607-242-1582. Our phone lines are on as we speak. And you'll see that above me, every so often, you're going to see that the phone number comes across 607-242. Yep. And we've got a call coming in already. Hello, this is Michael.
Hi, Michael.
Lee, how are you? I am presuming this is Lee, right?
Yes, it is.
Hey, Lee, what's going on?
I've got a prediction for you, sir.
Yes.
Now, if you look at a map of the Ukraine right now, we're going to sell them out in a heartbeat.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I will give you a prediction on what is about to happen.
Okay, go ahead.
Over the next couple weeks. If you look at a map of the Ukraine from Chernobyl all the way down to the Crimea, what goes along that line through Kiev? The Dnieper River.
Yeah.
Or however it's said. My pronunciation's horrible and I didn't look up.
That's right. We're Americans, so no problem.
Yeah, I'm just a dumb American. But I'm betting that if you had live satellite footage, you would find that Chernobyl and the Crimea are both loading up with armored forces.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you look at everything and look along that line, the Ukrainians are pretty much encircled.
Pretty much. And actually, the latest news, we've been following it since December. The latest news is that there is a strip, the seaports in the southern part of the Ukraine, which go out into the Crimea, have been taken over by the Russians to give them a full access to the Crimea. And it also really chops down both the east and the south of the Ukraine. It cuts away about a third of the nation.
But you have to give whoever's directing the Russian plan for this credit, because I may be wrong on this, but the Ukraine now has two choices.
Mm-hmm.
They can keep fighting in the east, or they're going to have to begin a phased withdrawal across the Dnieper, however you say it.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Russians are going to start a drive from Chernobyl and from the Crimea along the western border of the river, or along the eastern side of the river. Because if it gives the Ukrainians the river as a barrier to withdraw across, they can build new defenses. Putin offers the West a conciliation that, okay, I won't go across that line, you don't let them join NATO, whatever.
Yeah, that's it.
Anybody that is left trapped in that pocket afterwards, it may take a few months or a few years, but look at the history of Russian and Soviet occupations. They're not gentle occupiers.
No, never.
You know, dead people are much easier to govern than live ones. They don't put up a fight.
No, and that's their tactics on hostages as well. Many people may not recall that, but whenever there's a hostage, reason why you don't see a lot of hostage situations, their thought is go and shoot everyone that's standing and then figure out who is the hostage and who is the criminal. That's why they don't get hijacked very often. So it's the same idea with occupations of land as well.
Yeah, because it's like the Moscow theater hostage taking was a perfect example. Okay, we won't go in and start shooting the place up. We'll just load it with sleeping gas, and you know, we know some people are going to die, but hey, they're probably going to die anyway, so why worry about it?
Well, I agree. Let me offer this idea and tell me what you think about it, Lee. And people who are listening to the chat and people who are watching the program want to comment on this, please do. And then afterwards, maybe they can call in. But here's what I think. I think this was planned since December, that Putin had this idea. And it was so clear and it was being telegraphed that even in the United States, the Biden administration figured out. That's why in December of 2021, Biden said not only that he was talking to the Ukraine about giving up its land, allowing Russia to annex the eastern portion. I think that's the big goal, and because they just started to have, and I think you'll see this in the news has come out, Ukraine is now going to be going and negotiating with Russia, starting peace talks. Well, the reason why Russia went and surrounded everything and went in on all sides, the more land that they get to take before the peace talks start, the more they have to negotiate with. And if he got lucky, he would have gotten into Kiev, which initially Deutsche Welle and a few other news agencies thought that they would take over the capital, Kiev, within 24 hours. That didn't happen. So he's trying to take everything he can as quickly as he can. And then he's going to have the negotiations. And like you said, he's going to say, hey, we're being reasonable. We're going to not take over take over the Ukraine, but we're going to keep all the land we captured, which will get negotiated, and they'll wind up with the eastern portion and the southern strip, which is going to give them access to Crimea and to the sea, the Black Sea, which is what they really want. And,
yes.
And then they'll be able to negotiate and put in puppet governments over time, and they win. And that's the win for Russia. That's what they really want. This is the extra icing on the cake. It gives them more to negotiate with. And we know that the Biden administration, as of December 2021, was in favor of that because he suggested it to the Ukraine, and they rejected that. And that's why I believe in January, Biden said that Russia was going to win. And it's the reason why NATO won't put one foot into Russia to actually defend the Russian people. Excuse me, the Ukraine, to protect the Ukrainian people. And so, and if I am right about that, within the next roughly 2 weeks, we're going to see that Russia wins. They're going to take the East, they're going to take the South. You're going to see about a third of the Ukraine usurped. And while they'll keep some of the sanctions, they're not going to hit any of the sanctions on oil and gas. The major banks that deal with the oil and gas for Russia is going to continue. And basically, Russia wins. Does that sound crazy to you? Do you think that I'm wrong?
No. And I will offer you another insight that your mention of Rashida Tlaib doing the rebuttal before.
Yes.
Have you noticed the one thing that has begun to change in the language of the reporting on the Ukraine?
Well, there's a couple things. They're escalating. And from the Western side, we are seeing larger and larger escalations. Putin is depressed. He is he's out of his mind. He's acting irrationally. He has no justification. This is evil. He's being turned into a Nazi. I'm seeing that increase. We're also seeing a separation.
But wait, that's the part that you gave me just the opening I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Do you notice that they're being very careful with the word Nazi when they use it with Putin? But at the same time, the media has started picking up on Putin's claims that of the Ukrainians
Mm-hmm.
being white supremacists and Nazis.
Oh, yes, yes.
And the other thing that gave me a hint was Senator Schumer made a speech the other day.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually picked up on it because of a cousin of mine that he's married or dating a Ukrainian.
Mm-hmm.
And he has been there. But when Schumer referred to Ukraine, he referred to it as the Ukraine. And it was the context of how he said it that set a lot of Ukrainians off, because it's some kind of historical insult or something from the Russian side.
Yeah, because it diminishes them.
Right. And it's almost, you can almost see it as they're building the narrative to say, we can't go in and help because, look, they're not actually the good guys. They're not the good guys we thought, and they're not the bad guys, but they're just not somebody we want to help.
Well, here's the narrative that I'm hearing from the left. Cenk Uygur, who's part of the Young Turks, he came out and recently said that, well, Vladimir, the only reason why anyone's supporting Russia is because they're white supremacists, which I assume he means China, because China is supporting Russia in this entire invasion. No one else is. No one else is. But he's putting that out there ahead of time because it sets a narrative on race relations, which is all we hear from the Democrats and progressives. And you're going to start hearing not just that the Russians are white supremacists, but so are the Ukrainians, because we're starting to hear more about the white nationalists, which there are many in the Ukraine. Not that all Ukrainians are, but that they have large groups. And so it's going to be, the narrative is going to become, well, it's a group of white supremacists fighting another group of white supremacists, so we don't have to be involved and walk away from it all. It's a reason why we don't have to defend them, why we don't have to give them weapons, why we can let this happen. And that's just the propaganda that we keep hearing. And there's propaganda from Russia, of course, and from China, but we have it from the West too. And it is so blatant and obvious. They're trying to make this a racial thing. It's not. Well, historically it is. It's a regional conflict. It's been historic. It's been for more than 100 years. But that's not the reason why it's happening right now. Because it's about oil, it's about food, it's about strategic positioning of the military. There are reasons why Russia is doing this. It is being done in a very smart manner. And we have to admit that if we're trying to defeat it or trying to mitigate it, we have to admit that this isn't dumb. This isn't random, and it isn't some outburst. This is actually a plan, a very long-term plan that is working. And they are winning. And we hear people on Twitter saying, well, no, they're just losing. You just don't get it. Since when is he losing? He's getting everything he wants. The oil isn't being sanctioned. He's getting the land that he wants. The land provides him more than what the sanctions are taking away from him. He has the support of China, which traditionally China doesn't like Russia. They never have. They've always had tensions. This is actually unifying them, and they are being able to take down the United States and embarrass the Biden-Harris administration in terms of national foreign policy, which doesn't exist, and they're taking a hit against NATO. And when they make their negotiations, we see that the Ukraine has been put into a box. NATO won't lift a finger to help them. If the Ukraine holds out to try and save their nation, they're going to be looked out as bad guys, which is another reason why the narrative is being turned against them slowly, to say, you can't complain about this because you're just as bad as Russia is. You have to accept the deal. So, and the Ukrainians know this. They know that this is coming. So they're going to lose their land. So you can't tell me that, and Putin has planned this out. He's seen this. It's very obvious. I mean, it's obvious because I'm not a genius. But I've been talking about this since December. And the news media is only just now, the American news media is only just now starting to tell people about this. And we've done many episodes on this since December. And people like yourself are also picking up on this. So when non-political junkies are figuring this out, you can't tell me that the Pentagon and the Homeland Security and the CIA and NATO haven't figured this out too. This is a setup, and it's being done politically so that NATO and in particular the United States look as good as possible while they allow Russia to run ramshod, and Russia's the one who wins in this at the end, I believe. You can tell me I'm wrong.
Oh, no. And I think that when Tlaib makes her speech, her and the squad are going to reveal themselves soon, because they're going to come out on the side. You notice the one ally that Russia has involved in fighting in Ukraine?
Mm,
The Chechens.
oh, no, they haven't been involved yet.
Well, they're there at least and supporting it. And I'll bet you hear very soon, see, even the Muslim world is united against them and coming out to stand up to them.
Well, that'll be a very interesting aspect if they do make that call, because traditionally the Ukraine has been more Orthodox Christian, the Russian Orthodox Christian, traditionally. So
Right.
that would really raise up tensions throughout the entire that Eastern European bloc, because which it is normally Christian, but there is a growing element up through Kazakhstan and Armenia of more Islamic views. It would turn the whole region all the way down to Turkey into just crazy.
Pro-Russian.
It'll go crazy.
And you have to give Putin credit for this, for getting the Chechens to ally themselves, because the ones he does have allied with him are their special forces.
I haven't heard about that, so I haven't spoken about it because I haven't been able to confirm that, and I'm not aware of it. We try to be aware as much as we can, but can't follow everything. So that's something that I'd need to look into more. But it's an aspect that I can tell you, no one in the news media is talking about it. I'm glad you're mentioning it, because I bet for the audience, this is the first time they've even heard anything close to that. And yet that's involved in the region. Chechen fighters are in that region. So why hasn't anyone mentioned them?
Even the Daily Mail published photos the other day of it, that they're there.
Well, that's the United Kingdom.
Well, I realize that.
Well, no, I'm saying it also for the audience who's watching. Daily Mail is a United Kingdom publication. Again, they've been talking about this in Deutsche Welle, which is Germany. I've been following them a lot. They're talking a lot about things that you are absolutely not hearing from the US media, because they are editing this massively, which is propaganda.
But the thing about the Chechens being involved, being genius by Putin, if you're using Chechen special forces and you create that pocket like I was talking about, now think of Russia's history with Chechnya since the Soviet Union dissolved. How many times have they gone in there to aid the government against Islamic extremists and such?
About 4 or 5 times.
So what if you get them to send their special forces, the people who would be most capable of establishing a resistance in the future? And you not only get them to do your killing for you, but you get the Ukrainians to kill them for you.
It's a win-win. His main forces aren't being used as much as others that he can deny anything they do. Wouldn't surprise me.
I have to give him credit, because it's actually genius from somebody that grew up under the Soviet Union, because let's face it, the Soviet Union's biggest threat always was a battle of attrition. Because
they could. But Putin, I think we have to understand that he is not just he's not just a James Bond evil guy. He's not some caricature out of Hollywood. He's a very smart man who's moved it all the way through the KGB, through Russian politics, back when it was the Soviet Union, which made it even more difficult than it is now, because now it's easier with the corruption that exists. To be able to do that, you have to be a smart individual. You have to be a very deep thinking individual. And I say that not because I'm praising Putin. I'm appreciating the level of difficulty and danger that we are facing. This is someone who plays the long game. And we have to appreciate that and have to start thinking about the consequences of what is he doing today? Where does that leave him in 5 years? Where does that leave him in 10 years? What is he actually looking to do to set up? Because we're not thinking about that, because in 2014, when he took over the Crimea in almost the same kind of manner that we're seeing right now, and no one in the world was talking about World War III then. And he did the same thing in Soviet Georgia, and no one was talking about World War III then. And today, he's going back in. Why did he take the Crimea? So that he can come back in and take Donbass and the eastern portion of the Ukraine. He's thinking ahead, and he's looking at, okay, all I have to do now is wait for a weak president in the United States to show up, because that means a weak NATO, which means I have less opposition and it's easier to be done. And now I can expand. And he gets more. He gets more influence. He gets more food. He gets more uranium for nuclear weapons. He becomes more powerful and more of a threat on the world stage. And they can't, and no one can stop him, because you still need his oil. You still need his gas, unless Europe wants to spend the winter with a bunch of candles and having a good portion of their people die. And he knows this.
Along with shutting down their industry.
Absolutely. So it destroys their economy, which is why the sanctions that everyone's so, oh my God, sanctions. Yeah, they're really not that meaningful. Not to say that they won't do something, but they're not that meaningful, because to put sanctions that would destroy Russia destroys Europe and harms the United States even more than our economy is already harmed. They're already talking about $5 a gallon gas average, which means some places in the United States will see $8 for gas. And I think that's on the low end, because that's not taking into account everything that's happening. And if you're telling me green energy, well, this is good. And we're hearing, well, that's okay. It's all green energy. This is good for climate change, which we're hearing from John Kerry. Are you kidding me? John Kerry right now, literally, I want to show people this, because I'm not joking about this. This is real. John Kerry right now, and I have it, so I wanted to talk about this as well. We're going to talk about a lot of things. Here it is. And I won't put it on the screen right now for people. This is coming out of the Wall Street Journal. John Kerry's Ukraine emissions. He threats that Russian brutality will distract from climate change. This is what he's worried about. This is off of Twitter. How dare Russia invade Ukraine without using electric vehicles? This is what John Kerry is worried about. This is the former Secretary of State under the Obama-Biden administration, the same one who helped give us the Iran nuclear deal that increased net global terror in the world and had the United States funding terrorism, which he admitted himself on NBC January 16th of 2016. This man is now running around saying, oh my God, but don't worry, it's all about climate change. Don't worry about the war. Don't worry about the geopolitical situation. Don't worry about the economy. You should be worried about climate change.
Well, let's look at where John Kerry's loyalties have always lain, with himself.
Well, yes, and some of the worst governments in the world. Remember, he was accused of treason for giving away state secrets to Iran against Israel, against the interests of the United States, to help push the Iran nuclear deal, which I believe will be finished within about 2 weeks. I know earlier on the program I predicted it would be done before or during the State of the Union. Things got shifted, but within about 2 weeks. I know there's a lot of people who want to speak about this. And Lee, I thank you for definitely giving a call in, but I want to make sure a bunch of people have
no
chance
problem,
to talk
Michael.
and reflect on what you said. So I appreciate it.
No problem.
All right. And I'm looking forward to seeing your text as we go. Okay?
All right. Thanks. You take care.
You too.
Bye-bye.
All right. All right, folks. So as you can see, you too can call in to the program. It is 607-242-1582 to tell us what you think about the issues. It doesn't matter whether you agree with me or disagree with me. It's perfectly fine. All you have to do is respectfully say, no, this is what I think. We're here to hear what you have to say from anywhere in the world, whether you're in India or Sweden, the United Kingdom, down in Peru, Canada. We have audiences around the world, and I know some of them are late at night for them, but no matter where you are in the world, if you want to call in, you can, or you can send us a text and tell us what you think about what's happening. Whether you agree with me or not, doesn't matter. I want to hear what you have to say. And I know there are many politicians who follow this show, even though they're very quiet about it. They follow this program to hear what you have to say. So it is important. I want to get to a couple of comments here. Dal had said it would just be an ongoing destabilization of the region, preparing in another decade if this time is a flop. Talking about why is Putin going in? What are the steps that he is taking, as we've been discussing here? Dow goes on to say, I'm of the opinion that the, quote, separatist, end quote, movement is largely manufactured and plays upon the general dissatisfaction with the corruption and mismanagement of the Ukrainian government. I would disagree with you to an extent there, Dow. While I do believe there are people who are dissatisfied with the government in the Ukraine, and to say that, and that highlights again, the Ukraine is not a perfect nation by any means. They're not really a democracy, nor have they ever been. But I do believe that there is a separatist movement. Just like there's roughly 3 million Ukrainians throughout the Soviet Union. And whenever we're seeing these protests that are being promoted by NBC and MSNBC, where we're seeing these images of protests that are going on in Russia, those are Ukrainians. Those are Ukrainians who are in Moscow, Ukrainians who are across the nation, Russia. And they're the ones who are making the protests. So that's not a general movement of the Russian people. That's the Ukrainian people in Russia that are making those protests. And there's roughly something like 300 on average. The crowds are about 300 people outside of Moscow, which is, of course, the capital, and has about 2-3 million people in it. Once you get outside of there, it's much smaller, and so are the crowds. And that's why we've seen, on average, about 32 people arrested per protest throughout all of the Russia so far, as we have been told. So there is, in the same way that those individuals, those Ukrainians in Russia are separatists, the same thing is true in Ukraine, that there are Russians, although a higher percentage of Russians in the Ukraine, especially the eastern portions in Donbass and the Crimea, they're very much aligned with Russia. So I think there is a real separatist movement, although it may not be as large as what is being blamed by the Ukrainian government. It may be smaller, and it may be mixed in with people who are against the current Ukrainian leadership. It's like half a dozen of one, 6 of the other. Jason mentions from Binghamton, Kerry was invested in green energy stocks back when Obama pushed it. Kerry's family made millions off of this. Well, lots of Democrats made money off of it. Remember, the green energy movement was something that was not only promoted by Democrats, but profited. It was profitable for them. It was Nancy Pelosi had an investment in wind energy during the Obama green energy movement, and her investment of $250,000 quadrupled. She made Literally, she quadrupled her investment. It was ridiculous. In the space of a year, she had about a 400% gain in the wind energy stocks that she owned. That's just a problem. And that's why we saw recently there was this outreach, and I believe this was by AOC, and amazingly, she got something right. And there were others in Congress who had been saying, why is Congress allowed to invest in the very same things that they're creating laws about and things that they are funding? So Kerry has benefited from this. Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, many Democrats, many members of Congress have been benefiting from this. And that's a problem because they have a vested interest in this. But I think it's ridiculous when we're listening to John Kerry, who should know better, is trying to, and the reason why he's talking about green energy and why we have to worry about the climate as a war is going on, as geopolitical destabilization is happening, is because he's trying to change the story. He's trying to change the subject because he's trying to promote the Biden administration and push and try and motivate Democrats to vote in the 2022 elections. They want to change the story. They have been looking for a win since Biden got in. And they have failed at every turn. Whether it's immigration, which they've completely failed at, whether it's national security, look at Afghanistan, how many Americans to this day remain stranded in Afghanistan? Thousands. It is potentially thousands. That number keeps bouncing month after month. We get a new number. It's 85 people. It's 6 people. It's 479 people. It is 2,000 people. It's possibly 9,000 people. The number keeps changing, and the only thing that means is, and definitively, Joe Biden looked into the cameras and lied to the American people and then dropped the story because he doesn't want to talk about it anymore. And none of the news media, none of the major news media will call him out that he lied to Americans to their face and knew it. He knew he abandoned thousands of Americans in Afghanistan. I will not forget this because it is such an insulting, devastating thing. So he's been looking for any win he can get. It's why he's trying to make what has been described as a bad deal with the Iran nuclear deal with, obviously with Iran, that he is bending over backwards to make sure that they get everything they want, he has already unilaterally lifted sanctions. He's already started lifting sanctions for Iran, giving them more energy and more money to fund global terror. He's already done it. We've reported it on this program 3 weeks ago. He's giving them more to get them to the table so that they will sign the deal so he can say, I have a victory. It's part of the reason that we're hearing about Kenyatta, what's her name? Kenyatta Brown Jackson. You know who she is, right? She's the black woman that's been nominated for the Supreme Court. And the only reason why she was picked for the Supreme Court is because she's a black woman who's under the age of 55. That's it. And I feel bad for her because she may be qualified. I mean, she is on one of the appeals courts, the federal appeals courts. She's a judge. And she's been on the appeals court for a year. So she's got qualifications. She's a judge who has, she went to Harvard School. She's got some kind of qualifications. And what are those qualifications? Well, if you're asking Chuck Schumer, his statement is, with her exceptional qualifications, Judge Kenyatta Brown Jackson will be a justice who will uphold the Constitution and protect the rights of all Americans, including the voiceless and the vulnerable. First of all, it's not the job of the Supreme Court to defend the voiceless and the vulnerable. That's the job of Congress, the House of Representatives and the Senate. That's what their job is for. So already you're talking about giving her powers she doesn't have. He wants an activist Supreme Court justice. That's what Chuck Schumer is asking for. But he mentions her exceptional qualifications. He never mentions what are her qualifications. In fact, that's why I had to ask him, how would you know? She was picked for being black, a woman, and under 55. The next criteria is her political leanings, because she is a left-leaning, and I will show you, a left-leaning advocate judge, none of which reflects her intelligence nor her capabilities as a judge. And by the way, Supreme Court justices are not activists. The job is about the Constitution alone. And someone tells me, well, get your correct facts. Well, here are the correct facts. According to January 2022, the New York Times reported that Jackson had, quote, not yet written a body of appeals court opinions expressing a legal philosophy, because she had joined the U.S. Appeals Court in D.C. Circuit in the summer of 2021. However, the Times said that Jackson's earlier rulings, quote, comported with those of a liberal-leaning judge, including her opinions blocking various Trump actions. A review of over 500 of her judicial opinions indicates that she would likely be as liberal as Justice Stephen Breyer. Well, what do you know? Going on, NBC News says, quote, Jackson fits well with the Democratic Party and the progressive movement's agenda, end quote, due to her relative youth, background as a public defender, and history of labor-friendly rulings. Gee, that's why you're not hearing Chuck Schumer talk about her qualifications. That's why someone's saying, well, get your correct facts. The facts are she's black, and she's a Democrat, and she's under 55, and she's a woman. That's why she was picked. And if you're wondering, she's got issues, because as a DC Circuit judge, she's already had several reversals, that the decisions she has made have been brought above her, and they said, nope, you got it wrong. She got it wrong. Why did she get it wrong? And here's the part. Because many judges could have a ruling overturned by a higher court. None of them are perfect. Okay, but here's the thing. In case after case after case, what we see is that her decision was reversed unanimously by the DC Circuit, which held that Jackson didn't have the jurisdiction to hear the case. In a 2-1 decision, the DC Circuit ruled that the DHS decision wasn't reviewable under the Administrative Procedures Act. She is going above and beyond her abilities. The decision in another case, 2019, where she decided to say presidents are not kings, that decision was reversed in 2-1 for a second time by the DC Circuit after a previous reversal. And that's because she's being an activist. She's going out of her way to do things she does not have the power to do. She is imbuing herself with more power than she should have. That's why progressives like her. Not because she's black, not because she's a woman. It's because she's an activist, because she is usurping more power than she actually has and making decisions that progressives like. And that should trouble everyone, because Democrats can't tell you what her qualifications are. They can tell you that she's a woman and she's black. That they can tell you. They can tell you that she's liberal. They can tell you she's an activist. But you notice none of that has to do with, is she intelligent and is she the best person for the job? And I can tell you she's not. Hang on, we have another call coming in. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I'm your host, Michael Voss. Who may I say, what's your first name?
John, Mike.
Hey, John. Good to have you.
How are you?
I'm doing well. What's going on?
Calling in, Mike, because I wanted to talk to you about something a little off topic. I know you're talking about Supreme Court choices and stuff like that, but something just came across my radar, and I think I think one, you'll get a kick out of it, and two, maybe it'll spur some conversation. So I don't know if you're familiar. There is an online thing after most major events. They Photoshop this comedian into all these war-torn places and things, and they send it to the media and things like that to try to trick the media, right?
There's been a lot of fake photos going around, yes.
Right. We had a sitting member of Congress fall for it, though. Adam Kissinger. I think you might be familiar with him.
I remember the name, yes.
Voted for Trump's impeachment, I believe.
Yes.
I mean, how do we have a sitting member of U.S. Congress falling for things on Twitter and spreading fake information like this? I mean, this is a little.
He's not going to get nailed on Twitter for fake information. He's not going to be, or misinformation. He's not. They're not going to hold him to the same level that they're holding me, which is why I keep showing all of the sources of everything I'm talking about.
No, absolutely, absolutely. But do you think it's a little scary, right, that we have a sitting member of Congress, right, who is falling for online pranks and things like that during the age of information, and it's shown to be getting a lot of his information from Twitter?
I'm not surprised. I mean, didn't we hear Judge Sotomayor, Supreme Court Justice Sotomayor, misquote facts? She was giving out numbers based on the pandemic, and she's ruling on information that is actually factually incorrect, that actually came from Twitter. She's using in a Supreme Court case Twitter comments. And mind you, there are people who get things right and wrong on Twitter. I'm not holding that against them. But when you're an elected official, when you're a Supreme Court justice, you're supposed to take an extra second to fact check this yourself. Not just go to Snopes who want to promote a left-leaning viewpoint, but actually look up the actual sources and information, like go to the CDC or actually look up the history and see what's going on. They're not willing to do that because they're too busy trying to rile up people's emotions to get them to fall in line, to obey. Representative Kissinger wants people to obey, to fall in line with the democratic and progressive ideology so that they maintain more power. And to do that, he has to get the most emotions as fast as possible before people actually pay attention and think it through. Which is why I think he's more than happy to retweet and push out fake information or misleading information, or whatever they're going to name it as, or just an error, which everyone else, if you happen to be a conservative, a libertarian, you happen to be anything except a Democrat or a progressive, you'd be thrown off of Twitter. But he's going to be excused for making a mistake, and he's trying to just push people's emotions so that when it comes time for the midterm elections, they're going to keep him in office and maybe keep his buddies in office. It's really sad. It's really sad.
It's very sad. And this is why I think your show is so important, Mike. And I've talked to you about this before. More and more people are getting their news from social media and not doing any fact checking. It used to be a joke that, whatever you read on the internet was real, right? You saw it in a lot of sitcoms and things like that. They made fun of that. But more and more people are just falling for this. And I don't know how they're doing it, but...
Well, it's easy because no one's checking. They're getting emotional. They're getting upset, but they're not actually checking the information, nor are they... it's kind of like what I was just showing on the screen with the one person saying, well, get your correct facts. I have the facts, and I'm showing you the facts. The reason why I'm saying these things are because this is what the facts are saying. This is what the New York Times has said. This is what NBC has said. They're using different words than me because they want you to have a different emotion. I'm telling you, this is what it means. Whether you like it or not is up to you. NBC, New York Times, the Democratic Party want you to say, want you to have this feeling and do what they say and make the decision they say, which I don't agree with. So, I mean, that's why it happens, man.
Yeah. I was just talking to someone the other day, and they were, they got very defensive. People get very defensive about this when you say, "Well, you get your news from Twitter." They get very defensive about it. No, I don't. No, I'm like, okay. He's like, well, I only follow these people. Okay, and you don't think they're sharing out news constantly? It's become an age where we need things constantly. It feels like people are throwing things to get ahead, because I think a lot of the mainstream media falls for these scams and jokes and things like that because they gotta be cutting edge, because they're losing to you guys. They're losing to the independent media like you.
Well, it's because I don't have a board of directors nor an editor in chief who's here with a political agenda telling me I have to do this story in this way. I don't have a Jeff Bezos who's sitting above me saying, no, you have to have this point of view, and we have to only do stories that say this message, and push this ideology out there. I'm not in Hollywood, and I don't have Hollywood executives like Kathleen Kennedy who are telling me, no, this is the only story you can tell, and this is the only way you can tell it. I don't have that. I can take the time to actually do the homework to be able to present it to you, the audience, and say, hey, here's all the sources I have. Here are the links in the description. You can see it for yourself. This is what it leads me to conclude. And you can tell me if you think I'm right or you think I'm wrong.
Oh, I think you're spot on, Mike, to be honest. And like I said, I think the mainstream media is terrified of you, not just locally, but nationally, because let's be honest, you have been 10 times more correct in the last 3 months about everything that's been going on than all the analysts and all the overpaid six figures speakers they get on their shows.
I guarantee you that if you were able to talk to many of these individuals privately and not in front of the media, they'd tell you the same things I'm telling you. I can tell you that I know members of the press locally, and for me, locally includes the central and southern tier of New York State and certain parts of Washington, D.C. I can tell you that my sources, when I speak to several of them, they go, yeah, of course you got it right. Yeah, I see that happening as well. And this is absolutely the case. And they can't report on it. And they can't cover the story. In fact, they will tell me, I can't get that through my editors, my chiefs, my board. They won't let me do that story. There's many stories where they've been doing that. And recently, there's many stories where they're like, you're right, Mike, and we should talk about that, but I can't get that story published. It's really sad.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I also wanted to bring up two other subjects before I get going. One, did you hear Hochul is now lifting the school mask mandate?
It's about time. She had no choice, really.
It will be ending this Wednesday.
Finally.
Yeah, it's breaking news. Just now I got a report from 2 minutes ago. Hochul says school mask mandates are over. Do you think, though, individual schools will keep the mask mandates? Or do you think it's going to be nationally, people are going to say enough is enough? Or do you think it's going to be a case-by-case basis with schools, and that's going to lead to a new fight?
You're going to see certain isolated enclaves of people, especially, and you'll see this in the bluest of blue centers with older populations, are going to say, oh, no, but I'm still afraid because the government is still telling me to be afraid. Even though the data, which has been consistent, and the science has been consistent for a long time now, the emotion hasn't been. The emotion has been all over the place. I mean, just really look at all the announcement that Dr. Fauci has made. Look at all the changes that we have seen. And realistically, the science didn't change in 48 hours. But in 48 hours, we saw 6 states, actually 7 states, all reverse their pandemic mandates, all of them, including New York State. And now, because Hochul didn't want to look like a complete failure, she didn't want to look like she was always on the wrong side, she extended the mandate for children in schools under the I'm protecting children idea, even though they are the least likely to be harmed or affected. And in fact, they are more in danger from the masks than they are from the pandemic, according to the statistics from the CDC. So she was using that as a means to not look like a complete failure and not like a complete dictator, which she is, just like we saw from Governor Cuomo. And now she gets to be the good guy or the good gal and turn around and go, I'm lifting the mandates because the science has changed. No, it didn't. It's never changed. Children have never been higher than 0.001% of the population most at risk. Yep. She's not saving anyone. She never saved them. No science. No one can point to any science that will say that that was the correct thing to say. Doesn't exist.
No, I agree. I completely agree with you. I sent you the article just now from Spectrum News.
Okay.
Follow up with sources just in case anyone wants to see what's going on. Apparently, they're sending out testing kits, I guess, to the school, Hochul announced. But it's a step in the right direction. Long overdue, though. Very long.
But that's why they're moving on to the new thing. And the new thing is now, where is it? Is going to be, the new thing is bird flu. There it is. Yep. There, I knew I had it. Bird flu. That's the next thing. And I've been talking about this for a year. The first case of human transmitted bird flu was actually, believe it or not, in Russia about a year ago. And we've been seeing for the last 2 months now that there is an increasing amount of bird flu in the United States. It's in Delaware, it's in Michigan, it's in New York State, Illinois, a couple of other states as well. I believe in North Carolina as well, Indiana as well, Virginia, Maine. It is South Carolina. So we have bird flu that so far hasn't transferred to human beings, even though we do know that there is a strain that is in Russia. I believe it's the H5C8 version. I believe that's what it's called, of bird flu. And it's going rampant. And that's going to be the next thing you're supposed to be terrified of. That's the next, I believe, that's the next pandemic that they're going to use because, oh my God, we have to get ahead of the bird flu, just like we got ahead of the pandemic. We have to do this ahead of time. Otherwise, it's going to be bad. And you know, it's only going to take us a little while. Just like last time, we just need 15 days and we'll get past it. Just give up a little bit more of your freedom. That's what we're going to see happen. That's what I believe.
Okay. That's very fair. I think that's a fair, assessment of what's going to happen. And my final question for you, Mike, we have the State of the Union coming up.
Yeah.
Right? It's going to be this Tuesday.
Yes.
Are you planning on live streaming it in the Discord with people, or are you going to live stream it on your channel, or are you just going to do a report on it? What's going on with that, Mike?
I hadn't decided. I honestly hadn't decided. But I'll leave the question in the comments for people.
Because, I have a prediction, and I've told you this prediction privately. I genuinely think we are going to see Joe Manchin defect from the Democratic Party. I really think we're going to see that. I really do.
Well, that would be interesting. And again, I'm not sure that I could see him going independent probably closer to May. Him and possibly Kirsten Sinema, because they hate the party.
Don't agree with Sinema, but I think Manchin is more likely of the two. And I think Biden is going to be promoting his great economy, quote unquote. It's gotten so bad. I mean, the liberal media can't even spin it anymore. No, come on. It's an economic success. Don't worry about the fact that unemployment went up. Don't worry about the fact that we're not keeping pace with the growth of the number of people in the workforce and that participation rate has gone down. Don't worry about the fact that we have 7.5% official inflation and unofficially, real world, you and I are paying 22.3% more every time we go and buy milk, eggs, and meat. And that's on average. Some people are paying way more than that. No, the economy is perfect. It's all doing well. Don't you understand? Joe Biden's doing fantastic. Don't worry about the fact that the cost of energy has gone up 40% on average throughout the United States, and we're about to see it go higher
because we stopped being a net exporter of oil and gas and we're a net importer. No, don't worry about all that. Joe Biden said it's all good, so it's good.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of Americans become disillusioned with his speech coming up on Tuesday. I think, like I said, I think we're going to see Manchin finally get fed up. And Manchin has had so many primary challengers over the years. I mean, this is nothing new for him. If he goes independent, I still think he'll do fine. He's fundraised more now than ever before. So I think he'll be fine. I think he can afford to defect. I think he'll be so disillusioned at this point.
That's why Kirsten Sinema is going to. I believe Kirsten Sinema's got more motivation. She already has a challenger. She's already been censured. She's already in opposition to a bunch of the party. So I think she's going to make the move. She's the one I think is going to do it.
I completely disagree. I think she has too far left of a background to leave the Democratic Party at this point. Too far left.
Well, she could go with the Democratic Socialists with Rashida Tlaib because God knows they're going to, as we reported, they're going to be, the progressives are going to come out with their own rebuttal to the State of the Union against Joe Biden.
You know, you spend how long trying to appease these people, right? Because during the whole Build Back Better, who do you think was the one that gummed up the entire works, right, in Congress? And Biden tried to appease them for how long? And now they're turning against him. Who could have seen this coming?
Quite a few people, right?
Yeah, right.
People who watch this program.
Yeah. Yeah, me and you both have been saying he's been trying to appease these people. You know, you see Sunrise outside protesting and all these things. It's just, and now they're turning against him because it's not enough. He hasn't done enough. You know, it's just, who's surprised by this? Who actually could have seen this not coming, you know? It's just very hypocritical. I think Biden is just, he's out of his mind. We both, you saw the press conference he gave.
Well, now in the press conference, but did you know that our southern border, which is wide open, that Kamala Harris only visits once every year so far and doesn't actually do anything about? She's not efficient. She's the most inefficient vice president I've ever seen, as well as one of the most inefficient elected officials. Our open border, which has 2 million people came through the border last year, 2.1 million expected to go through right now. We have a caravan of 4,000 people on its way to the border, should be there in the next week to 2 weeks. When we have a caravan coming in that we know has been coming, that I've been reporting on this channel since December, that has been on its way. They're coming on through, and guess what Joe Biden has decided that he needs to do? He is going to take our people, and he's going to send them our border guards, custom border agents, and he's sending them to the Ukraine.
Yeah.
And for people who don't know that I'm talking about here, I want to be, where is it? Here's the story. It's on the screen right now. We're sending our border agents to the Ukraine for at least a month, which happens to be at the same time that we're going to be getting a caravan coming through our southern border. And he's sending them to Ukraine, and 6 in 10 Democrats, 67% of progressives, and 6 in 10 Democrats, 64%, think that's a great idea, according to Rasmussen reports.
It's insane. It is insane. I live on the border. I see what happens coming across the border every day. I see it every single day. You know, I'm in a border state, as you know, Mike. So I see it.
I know.
It's tough. And I think a lot of Americans are getting fed up. I really do. And I don't think he'll bring up the border at all whatsoever during his State of the Union.
Not. He won't mention the border. He's not going to mention that he's sending border agents to another country to protect their border while he leaves our border empty. He's not going to mention Everything he's going to talk about the economics is it's all great. We need to do build back better so that we can dilute the American dollar even more, increasing inflation even more. We need to do green energy. That's what he's going to be talking about. Green energy. I guarantee it. Renewable energy. That we need to have more renewable energy, even though it doesn't work. And it never has worked, and everywhere it is in the world is supplemented by nuclear power, in particular in France and in Germany. So this is what he's going to say, and yeah, progressives are going to eat it up, and everyone else is going to be wondering, what are you talking about? You have no idea. That's what I think is going to happen.
Oh, yeah. I think as far as predictions for what's going to happen at the State of the Union, he brags about his economy. He talks probably about an Iranian deal. He talks about how great he's doing with the Ukraine crisis. And I bet he's going to announce, obviously he's got a Supreme Court pick, and he's going to announce more law enforcement reform, police reform.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. I mean, that's all he can do. He can't talk about what he's gotten accomplished because his accomplishment list is rather nothing.
Well, he abandoned several thousand Americans in Afghanistan. He abandoned the Americans in the Ukraine, including the families of our State Department that were in the Ukraine. He's guaranteed that he would never put a single foot to save an American child because some of those state workers have their wives, their husbands, and their kids in the Ukraine. And he promised Lester Holt on NBC, guaranteed he would never take a single foot into that nation to save those children.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, if you know anything about diplomacy, you would never tell your enemy, I won't even save the children, when you tell them, oh, we're going to be really harsh against you. How harsh can you be? You're not saving your own children. I don't think you're going to do anything to me. If you won't protect a child, what are you going to protect? So, that's my take on that.
Oh, yeah. And I can't wait to see what you do with the State of the Union, Mike, whether you're live streaming it here or live streaming on your Discord, which I'm sure your audience knows that you have a Discord now that they can join. I can't wait, Mike. I'm looking forward to it. Keep up the good work. I'm glad you could cover some of these topics, whether it be Adam Kissinger falling for a meme from 3 years ago and sharing it out to the public and then being embarrassed and then deleting it as fast as humanly possible, or the State of the Union, what the predictions are, and I hope more people call in to talk to you about it. Thanks for having me on, Mike, like always.
Oh, I'm always happy to hear your voice. Thank you. All right, folks, as you can see, by the way, if you're wondering about our Discord, I'm going to put up the link for that right now. Hang on, if I can type. And as always, folks, you don't have to agree with anything that we're saying on this program. Your views are your views. I'm not telling you to think what I think. I'm not a progressive. I'm not a democratic socialist. You don't have to agree with me. What I do ask is that we have a discussion about it and tell me why you disagree. Tell me why you come to a different conclusion than I do based on the facts that we have in front of us. Because every time I'm looking at the facts and the things that I'm presenting to you, not only on the live stream, but throughout the week, with the links of where I'm getting the sources and the information I'm seeing, it's leading me to come to these conclusions that I present to you. I'm not telling you I'm perfect, but I'm telling you that what we're hearing from the Biden-Harris administration, what we're hearing from progressives, what we're seeing in the major media, it isn't matching what the reality is. I mean, go to the store. Tell me, do you think the U.S. economy is in an excellent position, that we've turned the corner, that we have economic success? Because I tell you, when I go to the store and I know that I fill up a backpack full of food and it costs me $125, and I remember not 5 years ago that I could get a shopping cart with $125. I could feed myself. I'm a single guy. I'm by myself. Take me about $150. About 10 years ago, I could fill get enough food for $150 to last me pretty much a month. Now I can't get enough food to last a week for $100. I'm seeing it in our, and by the way, that's also counting the fact that they're also shrinking the size of the packages of food. You're getting less and less food for even more money. They're raising the prices and shrinking the sizes of the packages that you're getting. That's just like double inflation. And Biden's telling us, well, no, everything's doing great. We're turning the corner. We're getting more people employed. No, we're not. We're not even getting the people who were employed in 2019 back to the jobs that they used to have. Many of them because 30% of the jobs don't exist anymore because we had to shut down because of the lockdowns that were extended because of the fear mongering that we heard from people like the disgraced governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, or his replacement, the appointed governor, Kathy Hochul, the things that we've heard from Governor Whitmer and Governor Newsom all around this country and being repeated by the uniter, Joe Biden, who told us, yeah, we're going to bring the country together, except for you evil, unvaccinated people. Well, you're going to die and you're just evil and you're bad and we're tired of you. What? Really? But that's, I don't know. Okay. So, by the way, so it seems like we've got like 3 people who are interested in me doing the live stream of the State of the Union. I'm interested in that. I want to go over some of the comments because I heard there's many and I love this. So I want to address them. Jason, I didn't ask John about his opinion about Binghamton University and critical race theory. For people who are not familiar, in the southern tier of New York, there is the State College, the University of Binghamton, or Binghamton University, excuse me. And it was national news for a day, that one of the professors at Binghamton University literally is a racist in that this professor will ignore or diminish any white student to pick on students of color in their class, that they are targeting individuals of color and discriminating against individuals who are white in their classroom. And this was their policy. It was written. This wasn't just something she was doing. This was something that was documented, part of her syllabus, and this was because of critical race theory. How that helps any of the students, I don't know, because it seems to be discriminatory and it increases the net racism in the world. But that's what Binghamton University did. I didn't ask John about that because John is in Arizona and he's no longer a student. So that's why I didn't ask him about it. But I would refer people back to our coverage of the 2019 attack where Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, which is a far left splinter of the Democratic Party, it's a progressive organization, they attacked 200 to 3. 200 of the far left students at Binghamton University attacked 3 students who are Republicans on campus, and we covered that. And Binghamton University is also known for their, I believe it was 2014, the, what was it? It was canceling white people, hashtag cancel white people. There have been about 5 or 6 articles about the racism and critical race theory applications in Binghamton University. And of course, you can also look at my December coverage of a similar program at SUNY Broome, also a state college of New York State, where they were promoting critical race theory applications and teaching students about how to obey critical race theory. And I have the footage of the actual event at SUNY Broome in detail, and I broke down exactly how it increases racism and teaches students to be racist, to how it is teaching students that if you are white, you are inherently evil, and if you are black, you are inherently a victim, And these are things that are immutable and cannot change, which we disagree with on this channel. And we disavow that. We denounce that. But you can see that. It's just check it out on the channel. Binghamton University and SUNY Broome. Kamala Harris, Hot Chicks mentions that Kamala is her pony face girl. I would say that's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Dow mentions, I think the rebuttal from the far left is significant in that it will be a sort of ultimatum for Democrats. It will be the question to answer which way Democrat. I think there's a big separation, and the desire of Democrats to appeal to a fringe of their own party. The average Democrat is not socialist, nor are they progressive. That's just my opinion. Hang on. Hello, and thank you for calling in today. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss. May I ask, what's your first name?
Mike, it's John again.
Oh.
I had to call in. You talked about Binghamton University. People want to talk about it. And I have someone else who wants to join the call to talk about it in 1 second. Do you mind if I add him real quick?
Who is it? Yeah, go ahead.
My good friend Preston, who graduated.
Oh, yes, okay.
1 second.
Oh, this should be interesting, folks. These are two former Binghamton University students who will be speaking about the critical race theory programs at Binghamton University, where they had experienced that in real life.
Mike,
I can hear you.
Preston, can you Mike hear you and everything?
Can you hear me, Mike?
Yep, got you both.
All right.
Awesome.
Mike, I had to call in. You know, you talked about one of my favorite subjects, liberalism and Binghamton University, and Preston obviously has some stories too about how far left they are in general, even after the Art Laffer event, even afterwards. All right. And I don't know if I ever told this story of when a professor pulled me aside one day and told me that they were going to take points off my grade if my speech got out of hand.
You know, I've heard from, I know current students at Binghamton University that are currently having problems with professors where professors are saying, you can't say that in my classroom. Even though I know this individual, I know that they follow the politics. I know the research. In particular, several subjects of a career they had before they went to college that they did for their living, and they've had professors say, well, you can't say that in my class. It's like, wait a minute, but this is my actual experience. This is real world, and I have documents. And they're like, nope, still can't talk about it. So.
Okay. The vagueness of saying if my speech gets out of hand, and I asked for clarification. I said, what do you mean my speech gets out of hand? And then immediately the professor started to backtrack. Well, you know, if I asked, is it because I'm conservative? And they couldn't look at me straight. They couldn't even give me a straight answer on that, right? If, God forbid, I have a differing opinion, right? That isn't a far left opinion. You know, Preston, you've had some far left experiences, correct?
Where do I start? Let's see. I mean, if we're talking about on the topic of progressive teachers here, I'd say the first one I had was in my first semester there at Binghamton. I had a philosophy professor. It was just an intro to philosophy course, and the professor would use any opportunity to turn the conversation around to the sort of, he called it anti-philosophy of conservatives and religious people. The dude was very anti-religion. He believed that, you know, people who followed religion had it somehow biologically coded in them to follow some sort of, you know, religious doctrine. I mean, he wrote a whole book on this, and he made us all read it, of course, anything he could do to get, you know, $15 from the 150 students that take his course. But I mean, the dude literally just, I mean, he even wrote on the board, he's like, Trumpers, conservatism, and religion are the anti-philosophy. And then I know, John, you and I both had similar experiences with a certain professor at Binghamton University who
We will not name names. Let's be clear.
Absolutely. No, yes, I wasn't going to. But this guy literally would tell students on the first day that he would destroy the Second Amendment if he could. He actually told me he would wanted to set it on fire.
Yep, he told me the first day of his class, he says, I have two things. I don't talk politics, but I have two things. And by the way, this was a political science professor. If I could, I would ban the Second Amendment. And he cursed out Trump in the next sentence.
Now,
Those were the two things he said. And that was
let me ask you this. Let me ask you, because you're both former students of Binghamton University, and recently you were students going in 2019 to 2020, 2018. So when you hear your professors telling you that your voice, your opinion, your critical thought, based on facts that you can present, that they were invalid and that you are somehow defective or evil or you're negative, did that enhance your school, your time in school? Did that enhance your experience, or did that detract from it?
It certainly made it more interesting. Let me put it like that. It certainly made it a little more interesting. Of course, here's the thing. I'm never going to back down, right? I don't care who these people are. They can pretend they're in their own little bubble. They're getting tenure. They're getting six-figure salaries from, government checks because it is a state-sponsored school. I'm not going to back down from these people. I refuse to. And I think, like I said, for me, I know a lot of students who agreed with me who would just keep their heads down. With me, I took it on head on most of the time. And I walked out of the class and the professor said, "Where are you going?" And I said, "I'm not sitting here listening to this. Have a good one."
And let me ask you both, did any of your teachers ever mention that because of the policies of Harvey Stenger, the president of Binghamton University, and the faculty, that they were being investigated and are currently still under investigation by the Department of Education, something that the major news media will not discuss because it affects the economy in this local region? Did they ever address that?
Preston probably has a better idea. I graduated as this was going on, and they never wanted to talk to me. In fact, I didn't know I had graduation. They never told me the graduation date or when to walk or anything, or that I even graduated. How I found out, and I think I told you this, Mike, is because they sent me an email from the donor office asking me for money. So no, I never got. I think they wanted me out of their hair more than anything, because like I said, I did not get an email about graduating or graduation. I had to figure it out on my own. So, Preston, did any of your professors say anything about what was going on?
No, and I mean, keep in mind, I only had around half a semester after the Art Laffer event before COVID sent everything virtual, but I never heard anything about it really from my professors. One professor who, again, I won't name, but I was, very close with him because he was also more the conservative lean, which was surprising to say the least, but I was lucky to have found him there. I was talking with him, and he obviously knew about what happened after I had, asked him, if he had heard about it. But no one ever brought it up in the middle of a lecture or anything like that.
By the way, folks, if you're wondering, Dr. Art Laffer was interviewed on this channel, on this program. We did have him on as one of our guests, even though he was not allowed to speak at Binghamton University, and you get to hear exactly what he was going to speak about at Binghamton University in my exclusive interview with him back on February 16th of 2020. I do recommend it. But go on, guys.
It reminds me of a story, Preston. I mean, this is how crazy these professors are. I had a professor have a mental breakdown in class twice, I believe, started just crying and bawling in class when we were talking about a subject, just where just started. I mean, this is someone who I'm paying tens of HP, right? And they would always go into their personal lives and their things and everything like that. I mean, this is who you're paying for to teach, right? it seems like there's a lack of almost professionalism in
Well,
academic.
Isn't academia supposed to be about hearing different ideas and investigating them and critically analyzing them? Not to say that some things are wrong, okay, and some things are right, but then again, it's why did you think that? How did you come to that conclusion? I know that I myself am currently in a massive battle with individuals at SUNY Broome because of critical race theory. And their answer is, well, you don't understand critical race theory. You don't understand the issues. And this is a man who's younger than me. I believe he's white. And he's a progressive, and I'm not any of those things. So I'm looking at him going, what do you mean I don't understand the issue? He stopped speaking at that point. It's crazy.
Well, I think that's kind of the I feel like that's kind of the issue, and that's not to say that all PhDs are like this, but the majority of the progressive professors that I have, and I can't speak for you, John, but I would imagine that you would have. Most of the ones that get very aggressive towards their students are these PhD academic style professors, and the way they present it to you, it's almost like they're talking down to you, right? Like I mean, if there's a topic that you disagree with, and you raise your hand and try and prevent an alternate argument as to why you think another way, they present their counter argument to your counter argument as sort of a condescending, you're just a student, you don't know nearly much, and therefore your point is invalid. John, have you experienced similar in your classrooms?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, these professors also are very much into promoting their ideology. I always bring up the example, too, of when I was in a course, and this is the same professor who had 2 mental breakdowns during the course of teaching about random subjects, by the way. Nothing. She talked a lot about her issues with her mother, which and it was a history course, by the way. She made us all watch ContraPoints, if you're familiar, far left progressive YouTuber. She made us watch ContraPoints videos. Never offered an alternative to that. Just made us watch the videos in class, which I walked out. But I see Jason from Bing has the question. What are our thoughts on the sociology professor in question?
Yeah.
It's scary because just because you take it out of the syllabus doesn't mean it's going to be taken out, right? That professor still is probably going to do those. They're just taking it out of the syllabus, though. I don't know. I'm not in the class. But just because they're taking it out of the syllabus doesn't mean that the professor still isn't going to be continuing with that policy. And that's what's scary. That's the scariest thing of all. There was no reprimands. It was just simply a backtrack. There was no, the university didn't come out with any other statements other than we talked to the professor. We take it out of the syllabus.
Yeah,
okay.
And their conversation was most likely, don't make this public. Yeah. Don't let people have evidence of what you're doing. Not that it's not being done. Don't give evidence out, especially since they're under investigation. And I again mentioned, which is not reported in the mainstream media, but I've reported it several times. I have shown the actual Department of Education report investigation that is ongoing at this time. So they have problems there. And I think it's endemic of what we see throughout New York State.
Yep. And this is how they get you. I mean, I took one sociology class my time at Binghamton. I don't know if Preston has. I was forced to make TikTok. I had to make, this is what we're doing in college. This is the far left, right? The professor would always talk about how the field was dominated by white males and how that was awful and everything like that, and how it was completely terrible. They made us do TikToks. They made us make play figurines. It was like kindergarten. They made us play a video game. They made us download Discord. It was this weird course of sociology. I don't know how you find fields outside of teaching. That's what a lot of these things are. It's a feedback loop. This is And that's what it is. I mean, a lot of these people just keep getting the feedback loop. So take with that way. Bill, Preston, have you taken any sociology classes?
I took one in high school that was a joint high school / college thing. So I technically, yes, I did take a college course on sociology. I can only speak as to the content of the course. I mean, we didn't do anywhere near any of the stuff that you just said you had to go through in your sociology class.
Yeah, you didn't play with clay or anything like that? Is that what you're saying?
No, but we did have to watch, documentaries, and, read, articles about obviously very progressive, subjects. But I imagine with 99% of the sociology courses you're going to take, that's going to happen. So,
see, and that's the problem and I think that's the problem with our schools, which is also feeding into places like Twitter, like Facebook, like YouTube, the social media, is that there is one voice only. And that's the only voice that they promote. That's the only one they hear. I mean, folks, if you haven't, by the way, if you haven't had a chance to subscribe, if you're finding this interesting, useful, engaging, please do subscribe, share this with others, like it as well. But most of all, do share it, subscribe, because that's the only way we can reach more and more people. But they don't want you to have more people. They don't want to have more voices. They want you to obey. And that's the big problem. And that's what I saw when I was at SUNY Broome. And it's really frustrating to me when we have people who are out there and we have teachers and courses and events that are paid for by taxpayer dollars that are telling kids, this is the only thing you can think. Like you guys are describing, like when I was at SUNY Broome covering this event, you can only think like this. There is no other voice. There is no other opinion. Doesn't matter what's happening in the rest of the universe. This is the only answer. It's what we're seeing with the economy right now. It's all great. Don't look at the numbers. Don't pay attention to anything else. Just do what we say. This is the problem, and I think it's very upsetting.
Mike, I got to disagree with you on that.
Okay.
There is another. You go farther left. The only time the professors were caught off guard was when students were encouraged to go even farther to the left of the spectrum. Right? So you can either be far left or you can be far, far, far left. Those are the only two options. You could be AOC or you could be Mao. Those were the only two options I saw.
And that's the problem. And that is a massive problem. By the way, folks, just in case you're wondering what I'm talking about, and links will be in the description at the end of the program, and you'll see it in the description. But this is what I'm talking about when I say SUNY Broome. This is the event which was on December 8th of 2021, where they have these discussions that you only get to have certain conversations, and you can't hijack it. They're upset about you hijacking it. You know what hijacking the event was? Saying something that wasn't approved, saying something that they didn't like, to disagree with the discussion that they were having. It's a problem. And so, and I want to document it because the rest of the news media won't even mention it. And I guarantee you, if you're watching this from anywhere in the United States, your local schools are doing the same thing. If you're overseas, guess what? That's what's being exported to your colleges. We've already seen this. France has already addressed this with Macron. We've already seen this addressed by Boris Johnson and Kemi Badenoch, who's an MP over in the United Kingdom. They've been talking about how the United States is exporting its critical race theory around the world, creating racism around the world, which is destabilizing the world. That's why Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks is trying to say that, well, Vladimir Putin is a white supremacist and that the Ukraine are white supremacists. It's just making more racism. It's making the world more destabilized because they think they get to win politically if everyone's separated by race. That's what I believe. Guys, I want to give people, I know a lot of people want to have some comments about some of these things. Was there anything else about your experience at college or any of your friends that you know of that had college experiences in talking about the critical race theory and what we see now is this repeating idea of, white people are evil, black people are victims. It's inherent by birth, which I believe is a racist statement.
I'll say I dealt more with gender theory than critical race theory, because critical race theory was starting to come up when I graduated. Mm-hmm. Really, really big. And I dealt more with the gender and theory, but I think your audience will ask this question as like our final thought. Preston, do you have a story of the most far left project you've ever had to do for college? You have one? A story? I can tell my story after. I want to hear if you have a story. Farthest left, just borderline communist project you've ever had to do for college.
I mean, my courses weren't really project heavy. But no, I mean, even on the assignment level, I can't really think of any at the moment, but I'll let you know if I do.
All right. I'll tell this one, Mike, and let this be the final story. We had to do a project about, it was a religious history course, and we had someone who we thought would have through a presentation on why AOC should be considered a saint in modern society.
What?
AOC. And they took 10 minutes to explain why AOC was actually a saint, and why they should be declared a sainthood. And they had to make a fake magazine, right? They had to make a fake, I kid you not, they had to draw a fake magazine with colored pictures and things like that to prove that AOC was a saint.
That's crazy.
It was straight out of kindergarten. But thank you for having both of us on our show. I know it was last minute and impromptu. Thanks, Preston, for joining me on this discussion. I saw some comments about it, and I'll let you get back to the show, but I thought it would be...
Absolutely. I think we may have lost them there. But I didn't cut them off. I think they just, their cell phone dropped off. But I do think it was valuable for people to hear what other people are experiencing, because that's what you're not getting in the news media. When they talk to these students, when they're talking to the universities, you know what they're not being told? You're not getting the students from the other side. They'll go to the progressives. They'll go to the Democrats of the school and say, well, what do you think about this? Is this fair? Is it not fair? They won't actually ask any of the people who are being negatively impacted, because they're trying to shut down those voices. You don't hear that across the nation, where they go and ask the students like I just did and said, hey, what was your experience? How is this affecting you? They don't care. And that's one of the things. They don't care. It's like Joe Biden. He says, oh, I care about the people. No, you don't. Otherwise, there wouldn't be an open southern border. And that has been promoting more children that are being abused, being sent on 1,000-mile treks by themselves, more of the sex slavery, which is human trafficking, that's happening in our southern border, because he has opened up the border. He doesn't care about Americans because he abandoned them in Afghanistan. He promised Lester Holt on NBC that he was going to abandon children in the Ukraine. And as we have covered on this program for you, we've done the math and shown it to you, it would cost $315,000. That's it. $315,000 to fly a C-130 into the airport at Kiev, and it take 2.5 hours, 3 hours to be able to pick up every American and every American child and bring them out of the Ukraine. And he refused to do it. He refused to do it before any of the bombs were dropping. And now he refused to do it now that bombs are dropping. And God forbid, even one American child is killed. It's on his head. But he abandoned them. And yet we're told he's a uniter, that he cares. This is the problem. And we have our universities that are feeding kids and telling them, shoving down their throat, no, you have to believe this. You only get to hear this. This is the only thing you get to hear. And anyone who says something different, well, they're going to be shut down. They're going to be unpersoned. You know what? I know that YouTube was having a problem before. Dal was mentioning how they were giving problems to people being able to see this program. It's partially because we haven't hit 1,234 subscribers. I hope we can. And that would help us to reach more people using the very algorithms they use to suppress us to try and reach out to more people. Because I guarantee you, you are not alone. You are not the only voice. I know this for a fact. I go to colleges and I speak at the colleges, and I'll be happy to speak at any college that hears me. I'll go to any college and talk about the First Amendment, Second Amendment, our rights and freedoms, being in the Soviet Union, where I have actually lived. I'll be happy to talk about those things, but because I have done that, and I do that because people should be able to have voices. But they don't want that. The State of the Union is going to avoid so many subjects because they don't want to talk about it. You're not supposed to think about it. You're just supposed to obey. And that's not good. Not for Democrats, not for Republicans or Libertarians or anyone else. You don't advance a society by shutting down the voices in that society. That's not freedom. That's not democracy. That's not healthy. That's my opinion. Now, if you think I'm wrong about any of this, as always, I'm happy to have people contact me. Come on. Call in 607-242-1582, or you can leave us a text on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, D Live. You can reach out to us on our Discord and let us know what you're thinking about these things. The comments I don't see on Discord, but I do see everything else. Just for Jason's comment. Now, I know we've been talking about a bunch of stuff that most people may not be thinking about, but this is all related. This is all interconnected. And I think this is important because the direction of our nation is being outlined by many of these factors. And politicians don't think about the consequences of what they're doing. They think about, am I in power? How do I stay in power? And that's a problem because they're too short-sighted. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. In December, we knew that Russia was preparing to potentially, at that time, potentially invade Ukraine. And we've heard from the Biden-Harris administration repeatedly for 3 months that they were going to invade and that they were trying to dissuade them with sanctions, which really isn't effective. And I'll get into that in just a second. But so they knew, they had every reason to believe that the Ukraine was going to be invaded. Here's the thing that you haven't heard from the news media that no one has asked, and they should be asking. What is the foreign policy of the Biden-Harris administration? Second thing that they haven't asked, what is the Biden administration doing for the people of the Ukraine? When I say that, I mean, what about the refugees? There are expected to be 4 million refugees. Is the United States going to do anything? Are we going to be taking in Ukrainian people who are leaving the Donbass region, that are leaving the Ukraine? Are we going to take some of them in? Or are they all going to just go to Germany and Poland and overrun those nations and overwhelm their economies? And therefore, that creates a tailspin for Europe, which then affects the United States as well. Or are we going to take some of those people in? How about this? When did the Biden administration decide that the best thing they could possibly do is take border agents from the United States and ship them out to Poland? And you think I'm not wrong on this. This is coming from news sources. This is coming from not only the Washington Examiner, but also Breitbart News, that we're taking our border agents and sending them to another nation, leaving our border even more open than it already is. When did they make that decision? Why didn't they present that to anyone in the American public? Why didn't they announce that? Why wasn't that an announcement when any of the meetings and any of the press conferences from Joe Biden talking to the American people? Why didn't he tell them, and by the way, to help with the refugee situation, we're sending some of our border agents over to another country's border. Think about that. Why is the border of Poland more important than the United States border? Why would we leave America defenseless? Remember, when we're doing this, and if I've seen this story, guess what? ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and the Taliban have seen this story. So terrorists are aware that we are taking people away from our southern border and we're bringing them to another nation. At the same time that we know that there are caravans, as we've reported for several months now, that are coming to America. Over 4,000 people are expected to be hitting our southern border. Do you think the terrorists might say that could be an interesting time to cross the border into the United States? That could possibly be dangerous? Why did Biden not tell the American people over the last 3 months that one of his ideas is he's going to make the U.S. national security worse by trying to making the national security of Poland better? By the way, they were just 2 months ago, they were denouncing, actually it was November of 2021, the Biden administration was denouncing the fact that Poland had a border and that Poland was building a wall to protect their borders from Belarus and the Russian influence. That was in November they were upset about that. Today, they want to send over our border agents to their border, making America less safe. At the same time that ISIS is running around because they got released from Afghanistan, prisons in Afghanistan because of Joe Biden, and they've already gone into Burkina Faso out in Africa, in Western Africa, and created civil wars there. Their agents are doing global international terror because they were released from prison because of Joe Biden. And you mean to tell me that with less border agents and more people coming through our border, the United States is more safe than we were ever before? That there isn't more destabilization of the global security? And if you think I'm wrong, that's okay. Tell me why. I will respectfully listen to anyone's opinion that has a solid opinion. I will listen to you and I will hear you out. I know I am passionate about the things that I talk about and the points that I make, but I will hear you. If you believe I am wrong, that I have come to the wrong conclusion, that I misunderstand the facts that I am presenting to you, I am happy to hear from the left. I am happy to hear from progressives, like the progressive leaders of tomorrow, like individuals like Councilwoman Angela Riley, individuals like Congressman Antonio Delgado of the New York 19th District, individuals like appointed Governor Kathy Hochul. I will listen to any of them. Even candidates like Josh Riley, who's running for the New York 22nd, the brand new New York 22nd District, because it's in favor of Democrats, because he gets Syracuse and it's going to help him win, rather than trying to go up against Claudia Tenney, which he knew he would lose against in the New York 23. And I don't hold that against Josh, by the way. Josh is a friend of mine. I've spoken with him many times. But any of them, if they want to come on and tell me why I'm wrong, why I'm misunderstanding this, how these are benefits to America, please, I want to hear it. I would love to hear it. But they won't have that conversation with you. They won't talk to you about this. And they want to tell you, don't worry, the UN is on top of this. The UN is going to protect us. The UN is backing us. The UN can't do anything. By the way, see, what was not quite as well discussed when the NATO was coming together and they were all denouncing Russia. Russia is a key member of the Security Council of the United Nations. And so anything that the United Nations wants to do against Russia, Russia has veto power. Russia will say no. Besides Russia, China will say no. China is on the Security Council. The two of them can say no. And that means that NATO basically have, assuming the United Nations has basically no power. They can't do anything to them because they will do exactly what happened 12 hours ago on Friday. Russia on Friday vetoed the UN Security Council resolution condemning its offense in Ukraine. This is reported by NBC. Did you hear NBC News mention that Russia vetoed the UN? That they stopped the UN dead in its tracks and made the UN useless? Because they said, we don't agree. Done. And why you're not hearing about sanctions coming out of the UN? Because the UN doesn't have any power. And I know that Zelensky, who is the president of the Ukraine, has said, well, the UN should just take away the Security Council vote of Russia so that the UN can punish Russia. Except you can't do that. Not only would that escalate things even worse than they already are, it's part of the charter. You can't do that. That's why the UN exists. Because if you didn't have that, if they didn't have that power, they would have never joined the UN in the first place. And the little bit of power that the UN has wouldn't exist because the China and Russia would never have joined. And no one's going to kick out Russia because the Ukraine wants it to happen. Let's be honest. The Ukraine is not as important as Russia, period. If you think I'm wrong, ask Germany about the oil and gas that they get from Russia. And I was mentioning this earlier, that Russia, these sanctions against Russia are useless. This is coming from Bloomberg itself. Bloomberg has mentioned the Biden administration won't target Russian oil with sanctions because it would drive up prices and hurt consumers without harming Putin, according to the U.S. State Department. Quote, if we target oil and gas sector for Putin, and in this case, the Russian energy establishment, then prices would spike. Perhaps he would sell only half his product, but for double the price. According to Amos Hutchinson, the State Department's senior energy security advisor. The sanctions are really, really useless. Even when you're looking at what's going on with SWIFT. SWIFT, which is a conversation of banks. Basically, it's banks talking to each other. And removing, this is from USA Today, barring Russia from SWIFT would damage the country's economy right away and in the long term cut Russia off from a swath of international financial transactions. That includes international profits from oil and gas production, which make up more than 40% of Russia's revenue. Except, and this is the problem, they're not telling you the fact that the United States won't do that. That the sanctions will not affect oil and gas. Could it? Yes, it could, but the United States won't do it because it's more damaging to the United States. It's more damaging to Germany. It's more damaging to the European Union than it is to Russia. It hurts us more than it hurts them. But they don't want to tell you that. That's a big deal. And I think that makes a big difference. So let me get back to some of the comments here. And again, you can always call into 607-242-1582. I'm always happy to hear your voices, whether you agree or disagree. John mentions that BP Oil has cut its ties with Russian business. Doesn't matter because the oil is there. That's temporary. There are some businesses that are saying, oh, I don't want to do business with them. Russia's doing business anyway. They already have the Nord Stream 1 pipeline. They already have the oil. They're already selling the oil. Anyone who says, oh, I don't want to trade oil with them, that's fine. They still have the oil. And those countries, yeah, wait until the next winter. Wait until their lights go out. Wait until their hospitals and universities and businesses can't run because they don't have energy. It doesn't work. We've done this before. We've done this to North Korea. We've done this to Iran. And guess what? Those countries continue to function. They still make money and they still have business. Hell, they go to China and do business. Jason mentions you have, and do I have Angela Riley's Twitter? I do. And I have seen her tweet about the SCOTUS. And one of the reasons why I mentioned Councilwoman Angela Riley, who is a councilwoman for the city of Binghamton, but she represents a far left point of view. She's a supporter of both Antifa, Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, which is a more militant and I would say violent faction of the progressive left, the Democratic Socialists. She's very happy to push a far left agenda while ignoring violence in her own district. She won't send out tweets about what's going on when an 18-year-old is trying to shoot a 17-year-old in the middle of the day, 1 block away from the Binghamton High School, and she has nothing to say. But she's happy to promote the Supreme Court Justice Kid Jackson, who is only being put in place because she's black and a woman and a progressive, which I think are piss poor reasons for anyone to be a Supreme Court justice. That's not a reason. Even and Angela Riley can't point out reasons why she should be Supreme Court justice. She's got nothing, which is, I think it's insulting. And people should ask her, so why are you supporting her? Besides, don't mention that she's black. Don't mention that she's a woman. Don't mention that she's a progressive. What is the reason why she should be Supreme Court justice? And you notice Democrats won't tell you that. Just like they won't talk about what sanctions are they putting in place. Because they've been waiting. They put a sanction on Vladimir Putin. Big deal. That doesn't stop him. That doesn't hurt him. It's useless. And they know it's useless. But it's doing something. It's doing something. It's ineffective and useless, but they're doing something. So aren't you happy? So you should vote for them again. I don't understand that. I don't agree with any politician that is useless and ineffective. I don't care what party they're in or who they are. They need to be removed if they're ineffective, if they're offering ineffective solutions to problems that they helped create. User has mentioned that borders, the reason why we're taking our border agents from the United States and bringing them to Poland, why 67% of self-identified progressives, according to Rasmussen polling, why are they supporting this idea? It's because, borders are racist. And American borders are racist. And Americans stopping foreigners from entering our nation, from illegal aliens coming in and disrupting our nation, that's racist. But it's not racist to do it over in Poland when it has to deal with Ukraine. No, that's not racist. That's being empathetic. It makes no sense. The reasoning that we hear from progressives, when you stop and actually think about what they have said, and then you look at what they are doing and the consequences of it, it boggles the mind. Because the mental gymnastics they have to go through with these rules that keep changing on who and what can actually do whatever, and what's right and what's wrong today versus tomorrow. And it's just, I don't know how they keep up with it. In fact, I don't think they do. They just count on the fact that you forget. Hang on, I'm just trying to catch up on some of the comments here. User mentions that banning Russia from SWIFT is going to make China and Russia closer. They're already closer. Everything that we've been doing, Russia has already been talking with China. That's why China is supporting Russia in NATO, in the UN, and has been voting in favor of them. And they made declarations supporting Russia. Because this falls in line with Russia will be supporting China when they try and take Taiwan. And where is the United States in that? And this is really important to understand where the United States is on that, because that brings me to something else. And I know there's more comments. I'm going to catch up to them. But I want you to understand there's also something else to keep in mind. guess what? Our old friend, North Korea, has decided that they need to have fired their 8th, let me say it again, 8th hypersonic missile. I don't know how many people have noticed that news that came out today, that they just fired the 8th hypersonic missile. They fired it over North Korea towards Japan. And they came within about 300 miles of, 600 kilometers away from Japan, just outside of Japan's exclusive economic zone, according to the AP. 8. These are hypersonic missiles. And North Korea is doing this because they know they can get away with it. This is, if there was anyone who's doing anything about this, they wouldn't have fired 8 hypersonic missiles. The United States has threatened more sanctions. That's all the Biden administration seems to have in their toolbox when it comes to diplomacy and negotiation and international policy. We're going to give you sanctions. We're going to get more sanctions. And basically, all the sanctions they're giving you are the sanctions that existed either under the Obama administration or existed under the Trump administration. That's it. You're going to go back to the same thing that you used to be at, that you're able to survive. And it's useless. It is ineffective. And I know it's ineffective because they haven't stopped anyone. It has not prevented anything. It hasn't slowed down anything. In fact, North Korea has been increasing its hypersonic missile testing and attacking or threatening to attack Japan and North Korea, our allies. Allies that don't have confidence in us because we sent Kamala Harris to North Korea to speak to President Moon. And in front of the world, Kamala Harris decided to wipe her hands after shaking hands with President Moon of South Korea. Kamala Harris was wiping her hand in disgust for having touched him. I'm sure the confidence of South Korea and all of Southeast Asia was massively helped and supported by seeing Kamala Harris do that on international TV. Maybe you think I'm wrong. Hey, I'm willing to hear that. Yeah, there's 8. 8. We haven't even gotten to March yet, and they have fired 8 hypersonic missiles. They are threatening to be able to use nuclear weapons against South Korea, and Japan. China's laughing, and we have nothing to do with this. Except what we're going to do, and what you will see happen, is the Biden administration is going to lift sanctions. They're threatening to add sanctions, and what they're actually going to do is lift sanctions. Same thing that they did to Iran. They lifted sanctions. They've already done it. It was 3 weeks ago. They're going to lift more. They're going to do the same thing for North Korea because Joe Biden needs to look good so that Democrats will come out and vote in the 2022 midterm elections, and Democrats will stop saying they need to replace Joe Biden and Kamala Harris for 2024. This is all about politics. This is all about looking good. This is all about making you feel like something's being done. It has nothing to do with anything effective, and there is no consideration for the consequences. And if you think I am wrong, I want to hear why. That's all I ask. Tell me why. I'm willing to hear your voice. I'm willing to hear those who disagree. By the way, if you agree, you can call in too at 607-242-1582. So some of the other comments here. Jason's mentioning the reason why we're not hearing about all of this from the rest of the mainstream media is because it's contradictory to Joe Biden's energy policy, which is really almost as non-existent as his foreign policy. Dow mentions that banning them from SWIFT is just going to accelerate their departure from the use of the petrodollar even faster. That's one of the problems, but also it's going to hurt us. expect more inflation. This is why we are hearing reports now that we're going to see gas being at $5 to $8 throughout the United States before the summer. Agent Black mentions, what if America was surrounded by Russia and Russia had bioweapon labs next door? What would the USA do? Well, we would do kind of what Israel does. We'd take them out. Or rather, we should. That would be something that happens with a strong president. What happens on a weak president? God only knows. Dow mentions, and by the way, Agent Black, great to hear from you. I know it's really late in the UK right now. So I appreciate that you are watching the program and joining us here today. Dow mentions there are already policies in place in those countries to accept gold for, yes, many countries like North Korea, like China, like, just a ton of countries, Iran, they get around the SWIFT and other actions by using gold. That's it. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up on some comments here, folks. And I'm just trying. There's a few people who've had conversations back and forth. A user has been banned, mentions that there are 8 hypersonic missiles. He didn't hear about 7, but it'll assume they'll be at 20 before the end of the year. Yes, this has not been, I have been covering this since the beginning of the year, that they have been firing off these hypersonic missiles. And this is something we need to address because they're doing, by the way, why are hypersonic missiles a big deal? Why is North Korea firing a missile at Japan a big deal for the United States? Let me explain. Because one, the missiles that they are firing are a test. This is them trying to figure out how to make a better hypersonic missile, a missile that would then be able to reach the United States. A hypersonic missile is a missile we don't have the capability of shooting down. So this is dangerous to the United States. The better that they are at firing these missiles and being able to make them reach distances that they want, the easier it is for North Korea to be able to attack the United States and or Europe or any of the allies in Southeast Asia, which would mean Guam, it would mean Samoa, it would mean Japan, North Korea, Indonesia. Why is that important? Do you like electronics? Southeast Asia makes almost all the electronics. And if they're taking out Japan or North Korea, Indonesia, you won't have electronics, period. That's one very, very basic, simple level. They could also take out all the tankers, all the oil tankers. They could shoot them down with hypersonic missiles. There goes all the gasoline that we're importing. And if you think prices are high now, if you think they're going to get higher because of what we're doing with Russia, wait until you see North Korea take out a couple of oil tankers that are coming to the United States, and thus we don't get the oil we need to turn on the lights, to keep the heat running, to be able to make things in this nation. I'll give you another scenario why a hypersonic missile is dangerous. Well, of course, they put a nuclear weapon on it, and they're able to take out California. Or they'll take out Israel, or they can take out Europe. That's what an intercontinental ballistic missile is. That's what we're seeing Iran try to make. And Iran is going to make an intercontinental missile. They've already guaranteed it. Whether there's an Iran nuclear deal or not, they have guaranteed they're going to, if they get the deal, they're going to use part of that money to build an intercontinental missile so that they can then take out Israel and the United States. They have said so. Khamenei has said that. Riasi, the prime minister, has said that. That is a reality. Are you hearing that from CNN or MSNBC or ABC News? No. But they are saying it. You can look it up, not just Al Jazeera, not just the Times of Israel. We're hearing that from Iran itself. So those are the reasons why, those are just a couple basic reasons why the hypersonic missiles from North Korea are an issue we need to deal with. And we need to have an international policy to deal with these kind of situations, which we don't have. And we need to be able to effectively negotiate, which we can't, especially when we have a president who's more than happy to go on and come out and make speeches and say exactly the opposite of what our State Department is saying. Remember, Joe Biden came out and said, oh, Vladimir Putin's going to win. At the same time that we heard from Secretary Blinken saying, you shouldn't do this because we're going to put sanctions and we're going to make sure you lose. It was Joe Biden who said that the Ukraine should annex part of its land to appease Russia, even as we heard from Blinken saying, no, we're going to stand by the Ukraine being a single country and that annexing it and invasion is not going to work. You can't have diplomacy when your leader is saying the exact opposite of what your functionaries are saying. Mike Bowie says, hey, Mike, it's good to see that you're commenting. Mike says, I think you're under the misconception that Biden is failing. He is not. He's getting everything done that the progressives want. That's a good point, Mike. He is moving forward the progressive agenda that hates America. The progressive agenda does not believe in America. They believe in socialism. They believe in being a progressive nation. They want to destroy the Constitution. They want to destroy your rights, and they want to replace your rights by birth with human rights that are given by governments and agencies, in particular from progressive ideology, which is very different. Dow mentions the Chinese are probably just giving him a bunch of them like kids and firecrackers, candy. Yes, user has been banned. Yes. You mentioned that hypersonic missiles are too fast for targeting systems. Yes, they are, which is one of the major problems and why China has developed them and why North Korea is testing them. And by the way, we should be very concerned that North Korea has been in discussions with Iran, and it is not unlikely that Iran will have negotiations with North Korea to be able to get that technology, especially if there aren't sanctions on Iran, which will free up the money that they could then give to North Korea so North Korea could go out and buy food. Or, in fact, if we free up the sanctions, Iran could buy the food and trade food for the hypersonic missile technology. This is the situation we are in right now. This is what the Iran nuclear deal is going to mean. And I'm telling you, it's going to pass in like 2 weeks. It really is. Dow mentions if the U.S. doesn't come up with a counter, we're in big trouble. I've been saying that since January of 2021. Because the fact is, we have never heard, not in 2019, not in 2020, not in 2021, we have yet to hear what the Biden-Harris foreign policy position is. It doesn't exist. And if there is any progressive, any Democrat that disagrees with me and thinks that I'm wrong or I'm misrepresenting it, please tell me what is the United States foreign policy positions right now. What is the policy? What is our international policy? Please quote it. Please let me know what it is. Please show me a source that identifies it, because it does not exist. And Dow goes on to say that under a weak administration, you won't see any movement on North Korea, on Iran, on Russia, on China. And I agree with you. Agent Black mentions, was anyone watching CPAC? I didn't get a chance to see CPAC. I did hear about the speech from President Trump. There was a poll that just came out. I forget who did the poll. I think it was a I think it was a CNN poll, which says that 62% of Americans believe that if President Trump was in office now, Russia would never have done anything that it is doing right now. 62% of Americans, which means 62% of America recognize that Biden is weak. And if 62% of Americans can identify and recognize that Biden is weak, every terrorist in the world, every rogue nation in the world recognize that Joe Biden is weak. Our allies recognize that Joe Biden is weak, which means that being an ally of the United States under a Biden-Harris administration is not a benefit. It's not useful, which means we in the United States are diminished, as are our allies, as our enemies. Terrorism around the world is empowered. And whenever you see a weak president, whether it be Jimmy Carter or be President Obama or it be Joe Biden, then what you see is terrorism increases around the world. Rogue nations expand their power. Civil wars initiated by terrorist groups or foreign rogue agents expand throughout the world. And that's what we're seeing right now. Now, I want to, yes, Agent Black, please do put the clips on Discord. I hope people will be able to watch them and check them out for themselves. I want to answer a question. Okay. And I was asked this on Facebook by an individual. Hang on one second. I was asked this question on Facebook the other day from someone who doesn't watch this program, from someone who doesn't follow the tweets and all the activity, all the information that I go through on a regular basis. They saw one tweet and said, well, do you have an answer? Could you answer this? Let me try and answer it. First of all, you can't answer the problem with Joe Biden. He has already lost all credibility in terms of his strength. Any question of any strength that he had was lost with Afghanistan. And that's from August of 2021 going forward. That's when we saw the escalation in China, in Russia, in North Korea, and in Iran. We've seen rogue agents increase. We saw ISIS expand itself around the globe because after August 21st, when America lost to the Taliban, the superpower of the United States lost to 70,000 guys with handguns and living in caves. Okay. So he lost all credibility of strength there. He further lost his credibility, whatever little shred he had left, when he, in December, started saying, well, I'm going to do sanctions, not identifying which sanctions he would use, and downplaying the actual sanctions that would matter, which are on energy, oil, and gas. And his only answer, as everything escalated, was, we're going to have more sanctions, we're going to have more sanctions, and guaranteeing he won't send in troops to protect the American people. So he lost all credibility. So if we want to fix this, the first thing is you can't have Joe Biden in the Oval Office. That's just a fact. He's lost all credibility. He will never regain his credibility. No matter what he does, he is a reactionary, and it is obvious and it is seen across the globe that he is doing things for the political gain so that he can win elections. He's not trying to make America better because he did everything exactly opposite what would actually improve the U.S. position. So to help fix things, first of all, is get rid of Joe Biden. Second thing is, I would probably say get rid of Kamala Harris. Why? Kamala Harris, everywhere she has spoken on behalf of the United States, she has embarrassed the United States. whether it's talking with our southern border down in El Salvador and in Mexico, or whether it's over in North Korea, or when she went to Ukraine and was speaking there. Everywhere she has spoken on behalf of the United States, it has been an abject failure every single time. There is no example. There is no example that you can present where Kamala Harris has spoken internationally on the behalf of the United States as VP for the White House, and she has not resulted in having a worse relations with our allies and empowering our enemies. And if anyone has any evidence of me being wrong on that, I am happy to see that link. Please give me that source, because it does not exist as far as I can find. And I read everything. If you notice, almost every single source I present to you is from the left. And there is no evidence that Kamala Harris has had a positive impact. So we need to get rid of both of them. Sadly, that means we have to wait till 2024. So we can't even start to improve the global position, the global stability, realistically until 2024. We could hold things where we are right now, in my opinion, by actually standing up and saying, here's the first thing. Joe Biden, just before the State of the Union, should make an international declaration that every American in the Ukraine should go to the Kiev airport on a specific day at a specific time and tell everyone in the world that the American children will be getting on planes on this day at this time, that there will be a C-130 flying into Kiev, and we demand that no one touches it. Not Russian separatists, not Ukrainian separatists, not the Ukrainian people, not the Russian people. That this plane is only going into Kiev to get American children and to bring them to Germany, to our German base. And that if anything happens to this C-130, with or without the children on it, the full might and power of the United States will come down hard on whoever did it. And in fact, we'll go and hit everyone. We'll hit both sides. We will go after the Ukrainians and the Russians, just to make the point that we don't care who did it, that it happened at all. And make that an international statement. And make the order with General Miley, God help us, the useless part that he is, and our other generals, especially our forces in NATO and our forces in Germany, and have them there saying, yes, Mr. President, it is capable. We will have the plane ready in the next half hour. And have him tell, and he can even tell the progressives, you know what? I'm not going in to create war. Tell the Democrats, I'm not there for war. This isn't warmongering. I'm getting American children to safety. I'm getting American citizens to safety in a war that isn't America's war. Yes, we support the Ukrainians, but my first responsibility is to get the Americans to safety. And unlike what happened in Afghanistan, which was a mistake, I will get them to safety now. And for those who are worried about the cost, by the way, it will cost less than $500,000, which according to the U.S. economy, our budget, which is $7 trillion, it doesn't even exist. Might as well be free. Yeah, it's not a number. $500,000, it's non-existent in our budget. They wouldn't even know that it happened. That's how little it would cost. And I'm saying it's $500,000, and I'm adding money on. That's like more than enough That's way more. That's including waste and abuse and bribes. It's crazy amount of money. It's more than is necessary. And then you stand by that. Then do the State of the Union and reiterate Americans will be protected no matter where they are in the world. And no matter what's happening in the world, American lives come first. That would start to stabilize the world. It wouldn't stop things that have already happened, but it would stop things from getting worse. That's what I would do. That's what I suggest. Protect American citizens and make it clear to the world that no matter what is happening, no matter who's the good guy, no matter who's the bad guy, we don't care. American citizens will be protected, period. And don't you dare do anything about it. Guess what? If we did all that, if we did everything I just identified for you in detail, that plane would fly into Kiev and it would fly out of Kiev without a single shot fired at it. And that would be the opening for a truce, a ceasefire, and peace talks. That would be the moment that the Ukraine and Russia and everyone can come together and have a moment to speak, because they would have to stop fighting to let the American C-130 fly in, pick up the children, and leave. That's diplomacy, that's negotiation, and that's speaking with strength. And if you did that, we would start to see things change. And do you think any of that's going to happen? No, because Biden guaranteed Lester Holt that he wouldn't do it. In fact, he could even say, you know what, when I spoke to Lester, I didn't think it would be as bad as it is. And I know for a fact that there are American children that are still stuck in the Ukraine. I was hoping they would all be out. You know what? I was wrong. American children's lives come first. I'm getting them out. We're not sending in troops. We're getting our people out. I don't know. You tell me, folks. Do you think I'm wrong? From the left? From the right? Tell me, do you think I'm wrong? Do you think that's the wrong that's international policy. That's an international statement of the U.S. international policy. Does anyone think that that would be effective or not? Do you think I wasn't detailed enough? And let me get back to some of the comments, because while I was talking, I wasn't reading anything. Dow mentions to fix international policy, there needs to be a strong emphasis on strong American actions and examples that promote the success of freedom and individual rights. I agree with you. That's why my solution emphasizes that. User has been banned says, did Joe Biden have any credibility to begin with? Not according to anyone except progressives. Or at least that's my opinion of that. Dow mentions Reagan referred to it as being the, quote, beacon on the hill, quote, eliminate cronyism, fascism, and promote exceptionalism, not jingoism, and show how the original American experiment can be successful. And I agree. User has been banned says Eisenhower is something we need with generals like Patton and MacArthur. I think that's very true, which is why I'm giving the example of this is the way out of that. It is a matter of strength that I believe is indisputable and would not be, I don't think even Russia, I don't think even Iran would dare do that, because again, if this plane goes down with American children, which we have publicly and clearly identified, both by time and date and purpose, and someone shoots that down, the American people will demand that we just go nuclear and blast them. And, you know, who's going to argue with the United States for retaliating against attacking our children? No one in their right mind would do that. It's one thing to shoot down troops. It's an entirely other thing to shoot down children. And I think every country in the world knows that. Even the terrorists know that. They wouldn't do that. Agent Black says the U.S. will not fix anything until it has fixed itself. In other words, various levels of corruption. And I agree with you. And I've been calling for many levels of that fix for a long time. But, you know, I get suppressed by YouTube, Facebook, the internet overlords on a regular basis. They don't like us talking about these things. They make it difficult for us to talk. Which is again why, by the way, yes, I'm going to plug it again. Please subscribe. We are trying to get to 1,234 subscribers. Doesn't sound like a lot. It isn't. We're not asking for the sky. We're not asking for $10 million like Pakistan for gender studies. We're just asking for 1,234 subscribers so that you get to hear what we're speaking about every Sunday and throughout the week. That's it. So we hope you'll be able to help us with that, to support us. But if you've listened to us for an hour, a half hour, whatever amount of time, if you found it to be interesting, not that you agree necessarily, but that you find it interesting, thought-provoking, if you found this to be funny, whatever it is, please subscribe. It means a lot to me. It helps us out a lot. And all it is just clicking a button for you. We think it's a fair trade. Mike Bowie mentions Afghanistan wasn't a failure. It was a great success. Only in the mind of a senile old man. That's it. No one else in the world thinks it was a great success. Nancy. Hello, Nancy. Nancy says, as a woman, I'm mad as hell that Kamala is being used as, quote, sweet talker, quote, to push her boss's agenda. I can't wait for these elected officials to be gone. Yes, I do see that he's just appeasing our country for the next election. Grr. Sorry I'm late. Did you comment on if you think the label from the big news channels about World War III is just fluff? Yes. I've actually spoken about it a couple of times in a couple of episodes, Nancy, that it's not World War III. It will not become World War III. It is a regional war, period. And I expect that there will be several regional wars under the Biden-Harris administration. So either in 2022 while Biden's in, or in 2023 when Kamala takes over using the 25th Amendment to replace Joe Biden and to try and improve the Democratic hopes in 2024. I think that you're going to see 3 or 4 regional conflicts that will probably happen simultaneously because of the weakness of the Biden administration, the fact that they have no foreign policy, none whatsoever. They're flying at the seat of their pants, and everything is done with the concept of, does this get us more votes? Does this look good with progressives? That's what they're looking for. That's what they're trying to do. And I think that's why they fail. So no, it's not World War III. It's 3 regional wars. For it to be World War III, there would have to be something linking China, North Korea, Iran, and or Russia. They're not aligned. Nothing links them other than they hate the United States and they want more power. That's not a unity. In World War II, there was a fascist mentality that unified the Axis powers. You don't have that now. There's not going to be, and what happens, and the things that would resolve a regional war in, say, Southeast Asia has nothing to do with what's going to resolve the Ukraine-Russia war. Totally separate. There are different solutions, different problems, different situations in total. So it's not World War III. I hope that makes sense. Dow says that that my plan, as I suggested, would boost Biden's approval rating way above the safe polling floor that he's currently buried under. You know what? I don't care if I hope that Congressman Antonio Delgado of the New York 19th District, who refuses to speak to me, who refuses to answer any question I have asked of him as a citizen, as a constituent, and as a member of the press, Representative Antonio Delgado will not respond. I hope that I know his staff are watching this. Do me a favor. copy that, cut and paste that section of this entire live stream. Go type it up and present it as your own idea and give it to the Biden-Harris administration and demand that they follow through on that. I will not complain. If I'm saying this to any of the Democrats, I'll say this to Stephen Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I'll say it to Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. I don't care which of the Democrats hears this. Take what I have said verbatim. Use it. Take it. Take it as your own idea. Lie to the public. Lie to everyone and tell them that what I just described was your idea. Give it to the Biden administration and have him do it. I don't care that you'll be taking my idea. I'm not even asking you to credit me with the idea. Do it. Because it is better for the United States that he were to plagiarize me. And we know the Biden administration, Joe Biden, is not above plagiarizing people. He does it all the time. He's been caught several times by the left-leaning media on this. So I don't care that you're plagiarizing me. I care that it's effective. You want to copy something, you want to do something that is effective. And I think that plan would be effective. Go ahead and use it. And I guarantee you, none of them will. None of them have the balls. Representative Antonio Delgado doesn't have the balls to even respond to me on any question about American citizens lost in Afghanistan. He doesn't have the balls to respond to whether or not he would even plagiarize me with this idea or even tell me if he thinks it's wrong. He doesn't have the balls. That neither does the Democratic Party right now. And that doesn't mean that the people, rank and file Democrats, are bad people. I'm telling you that your elected leaders have no balls. We see it right now. That's why the world thinks we're weak, which is why things are getting destabilized and getting worse. That's my opinion. I'm happy to hear anyone who says I'm wrong and tell me why. Dow mentions that if he did stand by my plan, that it would go a long way to giving China, Iran, North Korea, and Russia pause. Absolutely. User has been banned, thinks it wouldn't hurt. Agent Black says the U.S. has been infiltrated by criminals from within. They want to see America fall. Well, that is the purpose of the Democratic Socialists of America, especially the Ithaca chapter, which believes in violence. That is the purpose of progressivism and socialism. Mike Bowie mentions 70,000 Al-Qaeda plus $85 million, $85 billion equals $1 billion per terrorist. Actually, a little bit more. Yes, it does. User has been banned, says, I call progressives the neo-socialist Democratic American Party. Well, yeah, it does seem fitting. Again, I'm open to anyone who says, Mike, I disagree with you. Okay, why? Why does anything that I have said today, anything that I have presented to you, why is it wrong? Why is it incorrect? Why is it, why am my conclusion is bad? By the way, when I say that Iran, and I know I'm talking about Iran, no one's talking about Iran. Everyone's forgetting about Iran. Everyone's like, no, Iran's not a big deal. That's not going on. What's happening with Iran? Iran seriously studying draft deal to restore the nuclear accord. This is coming from the Times of Israel. You know why it's coming from the Times of Israel? Because there's no U.S. coverage on this. You won't see it. I've tried. I've looked for it. They're not covering this story. And here's the thing that's important in their coverage on this. On Friday, Iran's nuclear chief said that the regime would continue to enrich uranium to 20% even if the 2015 nuclear deal is revived and sanctions are lifted. Quote, uranium enrichment continues at present with a maximum ceiling of 60%, which led Westerners to rush to negotiations, and it will continue with the lifting of sanctions by both 20% and 5%. Mohammed Islami, the head of Iran's Atomic Energy Organization was quoted saying, "The Iran nuclear deal will not stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. It will not stop them from getting ICBMs. It will just give Iran more money to be able to build ICBMs and hypersonic missiles and to kill Israelis and Americans. That's all it'll do. You're going to be promised that it's a victory and a success and it's going to make you safer. And it's a lie. According to Iran itself will tell you they're not going to stop. They just want the money. By the way, last thing I want to talk to you about, because since we're talking about the problems in America, the weakness of America, the issues that are facing America, I want you to remember that a year ago, for several months, the American government was isolated from the American people, which is, I know, in many countries around the world, that's normal. In the United States, that's not normal. Washington, D.C. has been open since the 1812 war, when Washington, D.C. was burned down by the British. But since that time, Washington, D.C. is open. It has been open all the way up. That's through all the wars. That's through all the events. It's been open right up until, and actually I'm wrong, Civil War was shut down. I stand corrected, so 1860s. But beyond that, it's been open to the public up until January of 2021. And it cost the American people, just in the National Guard alone, $521 million. Plus another at least $20 million for a fence to keep you away from our politicians, to stop the politicians who are supposed to be subject to you. They are every member of Congress, whether they're a senator or whether they're a member of the House of Representatives, serves the public. They are public servants, first, foremost, and by oath. That is their job, to serve you. And to better serve you, Democrats, Nancy Pelosi, put up a fence costing you $20 million, taking that out of your pocket, plus another $521 million out of your pocket to put up guards, to put up soldiers with machine guns to make sure that you couldn't go anywhere near the people who are meant to serve you, so that they couldn't hear your voice, so they could not serve you. Now, I bring that up, and there is a lot more. In fact, $1.2 billion was spent on making sure you were separated from your government, and these people who you elected would not be able to be in contact with you. $1.2 billion in total. And guess what? That was so effective. That was such a great idea. Come on. Come on. There it is. They're about to do it again. As of today, a couple hours ago, a fence is being reinstalled around the U.S. Capitol for the State of the Union. Again, they're going to go out and they're going to put a new fence. Where is this? I'm looking for the quote. I had it. It was just highlighted. And this is being done because a bunch of truckers, there it is, a bunch of truckers in Canada decided to honk their horns. And because a bunch of truckers decided to honk their horns because Justin Trudeau overreached his power and decided to demonize Canadian citizens for having an opinion, because they did that in the United States, well, now we have to put a fence up to separate you from the people that serve you during the State of the Union, because Joe Biden got 81 million votes, the most ever, and he is beloved by the people. That is what we are told by the mainstream media. And they are absolutely terrified of the idea that there are going to be trucks in Washington, D.C., that there are at least 2 truck convoys who are set to arrive in D.C. this upcoming week, and that they are going to be honking horns during, presumably, during the State of the Union, and that because they do that, it is dangerous. It's dangerous that you can honk a horn or drive through our nation's capital, something that you have been able to do for over 100 years, 150 years, that you've been able to run around our nation all day, all night, in every kind of vehicle or on foot, anywhere you want to, up until the last 2 years. And now, well, that's a crime. That really, this is coming from the left-leaning media. I'm not making any of this up. I'm showing you what the media is telling you. And I find it upsetting. I find it aggravating. It's insane. And by the way, how much is this going to cost you? I should show you that too. I said the number of guards, it cost us $521 million. How do we get to that? It costs us at least $1.2 million per week. $1.2 million per week in 2021. And I would expect with inflation, it's going to cost us more like 1.5 million. And something else that you were not told about this, and you didn't notice in the mainstream media, the Capitol Police can call in the National Guard. They now have new power that they have never had before. The power that a governor would have, the power that members of Congress have, has now been given to the Capitol Police. The Capitol Police chief can now call in National Guard troops to be able to detain and remove American citizens from our Capitol. By the way, who does the Capitol Police chief work for? Not DC, not any state. He works for Congress. And he cannot be subpoenaed. He cannot be, there is no FOIA. You cannot FOIA any of his decisions. He cannot be forced to have an investigation of his Capitol Police force. They are independent of everyone except Congress, who they answer to. And they now have the power to call in the National Guard. And I have to ask you a question. What are the policies and what are the restrictions on the Capitol Police? Do you know? Do you know if they have any? What can't the Capitol Police do? Because we know what the Capitol Police have done. The Capitol Police are responsible for at least one, if not 2 or 3 of the murders of people who died on January 6th. There's video of them causing harm and presumably, based on the video, death. Yes, video exists. Full video that has been presented by the mainstream media that I can't show you right now because YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, they'll unperson me. They'll remove the channel if I actually show you the video that exists of Capitol Police officers beating an unconscious woman laying on the ground who later died. Oh, yes, she's the one that we were told died of a drug overdose. Yeah, she died of a drug overdose, but before she died of the drug overdose, she was laying on the ground unconscious with a Capitol Police officer beating her with a baton over and over again on her head, and it's on video. And now they have the power to call in the National Guard just because they want to. And you were not told about that. You were not asked if you could do that, if they could do that. In fact, you want to know who's responsible for it? You won't find out, because this was passed in a bipartisan bill, which was done by voice vote. So we don't even know who was willing to vote for that. We don't know how many members of Congress were there and the voices that were raised up in opposition. And you know why you don't know who voted to give the Capitol Police a brand new power that they never had before, that was normally only used by governors of states? Why do they have this incredibly powerful, this new power to call in the United States military against American citizens on American soil? The reason why there was a voice vote is so that no one could be held accountable in the 2022 elections or the 2024 election, because they're all hidden by anonymity. And who can tell if a voice vote? How do we know? Maybe there were 51 people voting against it, 50 people who voted for it in the Congress of 435 members. And because they wanted to say that it passed by voice vote, it did. You could have 75 Republicans against 25 Democrats, and they can say, voice vote, it passed. And you weren't told about it. You didn't get to see that on C-SPAN. It was not covered. And the only person who loses in that is you, the American citizen. Because not only are we now not capable of being able to walk around our capital, paid for by your tax dollars, to prevent you from being able to express your rights, but now if you try and do that, like the truckers, they will call in the National Guard and treat you like a terrorist in your own nation. A nation that is founded on the idea that we are able to express our opinions of our government, even if our government doesn't like it. Let me ask you folks, did anyone else know about this before I mentioned it? Has anyone else seen this news before I presented it to you? Did you know they were putting up a new fence? Did you know how much the fence cost you? By the way, I know you didn't know about how much the fence cost, because it took me a while to actually find the most updated numbers on what the total cost was. And that was buried in the Google searches trying to find that. That was hard to find. So they buried this information. You aren't supposed to know about it, and no one's talking about it. Yeah, prove me wrong. Show me where I'm wrong about this. So, let's see. And by the way, you can call in 607-242-1582 if you think I'm wrong, if you think I misunderstood this, if you think the information I have is incorrect, mind you, if you want to tell me, Mike, I don't like what you have to say, you can call in, you can say that, and I will tell you I don't care. Because I don't care how you feel about it. This isn't a discussion about how we feel. I feel that, like, Biden's an absolute idiot and he's failed the country. More importantly, I can show you proof of that. That's what's important. It doesn't matter if I feel like it. You can feel like he's like your old grandpa, which I would feel bad for you if that is the case, because it means that he's taking showers with your adult children. But separate of that, I'm not concerned about feelings, because we've confused feelings for facts in this country. I don't know. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez really highlighted that well when she was on 60 Minutes, and she said, oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. You don't have to be factually correct. You don't have to be grammatically correct. You don't have to be mathematically correct. You just have to have feelings. And she's wrong. She's bald, straight up wrong. That's not what the Constitution says. That's not what laws are based on. That's not how politics is supposed to work. That's wrong. That's how you enslave people. By convincing them that their feelings are the same thing as facts. They aren't. They never have been. They never will be. But so people can come and get on the show and say, I feel like, and that's fantastic. I don't care. But if you tell me that, Mike, I disagree, to say that I have a different conclusion, or I don't see how you get to that conclusion, or I don't understand your sources, or I think your sources are incorrect. I have a better source. I have different information. See, that's productive. That's effective. That's useful. Because then I can learn, you can learn, we can have a conversation about that. We don't have to agree. I have never once, and you notice, I have never asked anyone to be a Republican. I have never asked people to be a libertarian. I've never asked anyone to take my side, to be what I am. You don't have to be me. I am not a progressive. I am not a democratic socialist. In other words, I don't demand that you follow and obey. That's not necessary. I ask you to think and have a conclusion and say what you believe based on the facts and the information that is available, even if it disagrees with me. And I will give you the platform to have your voice heard around the world, because it should be able to be heard, because I think that's important. And to have that discussion and to say, well, I don't agree with that. Whether you don't agree 100%, 50%, or whatever in between, I don't care. What I do care is that you speak and that we learn together. I recently had, I made a comment recently on Russell Brand, who's an interesting man, and I follow his channel, and I listen to some of the things he says. And I don't always agree with everything he has to say. He's a bit too left-leaning for me on many issues, very liberal on certain issues. But he's not a bad man, nor is he, and he presents his information well. He has many facts that he's presenting as he's making his conclusions. Fantastic. And I recently told him, because he was talking about the consequences of Russia and the Ukraine. And I had to mention to him, I understand what you're looking at, but you know what, Russell? You're only talking about what's happening right now. You don't understand what got us here. And because you're not looking at what brought us to this point, what were the things that happened under the Biden administration, the Obama administration in 2014? What happened with giving up the Crimea? What happened with Soviet Georgia? That has a big impact on what's happening today. Why didn't they do these things during the Trump administration? Why did they do them under Obama? And why are they doing them now under Biden? That is important to understand. Why is it happening now and why it will happen again in the future if we follow these same exact steps? The consequences are important. And to understand the consequences, we have to understand the causes. And I said that to Russell Brand. Now, he may agree with me, he may not, but I believe that if he does do the research, if he does look at what caused the past, what steps happened before, and then uses his own research that he's done on what's happening today, which I agree with about 50% of what he said, then I believe he will get a much better view that he is able to express. See, and that's a conversation. And Russell can come back to me and say, Mike, I think you're wrong. I think that the only things that are relevant are what are happening today. Fantastic. I can live with that. That's his point of view. I don't have to agree with it. See, that's a productive conversation between someone who's basically left-leaning and someone who's basically right-leaning. I'm a conservative Republican. Why won't the rest of the media do that? Why is it that MSNBC, CNN, I'll even say Fox on their side as well, they don't want you to have the conversation for the most part. They want you to just obey. And that isn't working well, is it? Look at the world. Is it better because obey? Is the world better because of obey? And I agree, there is a problem that the past is being rewritten to make it seem like so much better and so much more effective. And they're redefining words and science. They're redefining science on the fly to match their politics of the moment. That's a problem, folks. That is a problem. And also, that is 1984, the book. George Orwell called it. I may be good at calling things for the future. George Orwell is fantastic. That man is prescient. Because we are on the fly changing the definitions of science. We are changing what the past was. Did you see? I mean, think about it. Joe Biden, in his most recent press conference, when he took questions, what did he say? Oh, I never said sanctions would work. Yes, you did. You said it for several months. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said that they would work for several months. You said that this was the effective way to try and stop the war. Yes, you said that many, many, many times. And now he's turning around going, I never said it would work. I never said that would stop him from going into Russia. Well, if you didn't think it would stop him from going to Russia, why did you mention it in the first place? It's a waste of time and energy. Why are you telling us for 3 months about sanctions, 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 if you know sanctions won't work? How about instead of wasting our time on something that you're now telling us was never meant to be able to stop him, why didn't you actually tell us something that, some kind of diplomatic negotiation term that actually was effective, something that might make Putin reconsider trying to take over the Ukraine? Why didn't you come up with a different idea? Why were you wasting our time and endangering people's lives by talking about sanctions if, according to Joe Biden, in responding to ABC News' question, said, well, sanctions were never supposed to prevent this? Then why in the world did you waste everyone's time talking about it? In other words, you did mention it. You did think it would have some kind of effect. You were hoping that you would look good about it, even though you didn't have a strong belief in it. And when it failed, you're now trying to duck from it. Well, guess what? Your revision of the history makes you look like more of a fool and more ineffective than what you did in the first place. I'd have more respect for Joe Biden saying, well, I thought the sanctions might hold him back. I thought that was destroying or damaging the Russian economy would have more of a threat to him and would give him pause. I was obviously wrong. I underestimated him. I won't do that again. I'd have more respect for that statement than saying, no, I never said that would happen. You liar, Biden. Biden is a bald-faced liar, and I have documented that he has lied to the American people multiple times over and over again, and the news media just doesn't want to tell you. They don't want to emphasize it. They will not present that. That's a story that they zip right on past. And that effectively means we're in 1984, where they are rewriting the truth, hoping that you don't remember what was said 3 months ago. Guess what? This channel, we remember. I remember what was said 10 years ago, not just 3 months ago. So Agent Black does agree. Our friend from across the pond says that he agrees that discernment is an individual right, and it is. You should be able to discern things for yourself. User has been banned, says he sees a problem with the future is the past is being rewritten. They are living in 1984 and the movie They Live, which is a great movie, by the way, if you haven't seen it. Roddy Piper, the former wrestler. Roddy Piper, I believe his name was. Yeah, great. That's a good little fun film. I love that film. And it has a good political message. See, back in the day, we used to get science fiction where they could have a story and have politics in it and make a political message without killing the story. You could still have a story that you could be entertained by and watch And it could have a political message in the background that you could go and say, you know, I get that. Whether you agree with it or not is up to you, because he had a story to entertain you. Not just, here's more politics and here's more politics. You're going to listen to our politics as we shove it down your throat. And if you disagree, you must be a racist or a sexist or an ist or a phobe or whatever. It's insane. I tell you, it is upsetting. Has anyone seen the movie They Live? Yeah, John Carpenter. It is a John Carpenter film. Yeah. I think it's a good film. And I think it has an interesting political message inside the film, and the film is almost 50-50 politics and sci-fi, but he put them together really, really well. And that's the thing. If you're being honest with people, if you're giving people the option, I think people will make the best decisions and they can reflect and make their own choices for themselves. And that's one of the great things about that movie, They Live. He presents a scenario without necessarily picking on left or right, but talking about elected officials and corruption overall, with a sci-fi aliens from another planet taking over our government kind of point of view. But it's fantastic because he's talking about how corruption is hurting the individual. That's his message inside a science fiction aliens trying to take over the planet point of view. And it's entertaining. And he makes a good commentary on our political system in the 1980s that applies to us today in the 2020s. That's good filmmaking. That's good entertainment. And then on the other end, well, you get Amazon's Rings of Power, which is an abomination all the way through. And you get to be called an ist and a phobe if you disagree. Or if you say, hey, LeBron James, how about you hold back? I don't need to know what your politics are. You're a basketball player. Play basketball. Okay? Maybe you can ease off of that China love, a nation that if he went to China to live, the racism he would get in China today would make him blush. He would hope that he could come back to America and have the racism of the 1970s, of the 1950s, compared to the racism from the Chinese Communist Party. I don't know. Yeah, you know what? Artists can't be upset that people interpret their work, and maybe interpret their work in a way that they didn't necessarily intend, or that their work may apply to in ways into issues that they didn't think that it would apply to. The fact is, it's about corruption. Corruption exists on Republicans and Democrats alike, and in particular, Democrats are in power, and they're exemplifying the very corruption that he put in that movie. User has been banned, says he thinks that people should travel more. I absolutely, see, I don't just say people should travel. I say people should go and travel and live in another country for at least 3 months. I lived in the Soviet Union for 1.5 years. Lived. Not a vacation, not a visit, not some kind of tour like Bernie Sanders. I was actually there day in, day out doing business for international business. And I tell you what, you will get such a clear vision of the difference between America and what communism presents. Just live there. Live there for 1.5 years. Live there for 3 months. I guarantee you'll have a different point of view. I'm not saying that you're going to become a Republican. I'm not saying you're going to be a conservative, but I do believe you'll have a very different view of America because you won't find a better nation than America. And if you think there's a better nation than America, I'm sorry, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Well, actually, I'm not sorry, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, but to be grammatically, empirically, mathematically correct, look at the numbers. No nation has more people trying to get into it, legally and illegally, than the United States. There is no nation, either legal or illegally, either number or both combined, whichever one you want to pick, that you can go to any other nation in the world and they have as many people trying to get into that nation as is trying to get into the United States. And I may be wrong on this one, I'm not sure, but I do not believe that there is any nation in the world that has less people trying to leave than the United States. So not only are people trying to come here, no one wants to leave. And I believe, and I know for a fact that coming into the United States, people who are trying to become United States citizens or to be illegal aliens in the United States, those numbers individually and together exceed any nation in the world. That I know for a fact. And I have seen some of the numbers, not all of them, of people leaving America to go to China, people who are leaving America to go to Russia or to North Korea or to Cuba or to Venezuela. And I can tell you that that is almost non-existent. And I believe that the United States, all the people leaving, giving up their American citizenship to become citizens of some other nation versus what other nations, people in other nations giving up their citizenship to be an American, it's night and day. No one wants to leave America, but they all want to come here. And if that's not an indication of a great nation, please explain to me what your definition of a great nation is. And that's a great nation to be allied with. If it's the nation that everyone wants to go to because it's the best, that's the nation you want to have allies with, because theoretically it should be one of the strongest nations in the world. And yet we see the Biden administration, the progressive agenda, the socialists trying to destroy that every day. And they're training and teaching your kids that it's a horrible thing. And you should be concerned. Bill Maher is concerned now because it's affecting his bottom line. It's affecting his freedom. It's affecting his friends. Sometimes when you start, you know what, Bill Maher should be happy that it's not too late, that he still has a choice and a chance. Because if he was in Canada, as an example, he wouldn't have that choice. He wouldn't have that freedom. If he was in Australia, he wouldn't have that choice. He wouldn't have that freedom. New Zealand, you don't get that choice. You don't get that freedom. We can go through a bunch of other countries. Even in the United Kingdom, you are limited in the things you can say and do. As compared to America, massively. World's getting scary. Speaking of the United Kingdom, Agent Black, who's over, he lives across the pond, says Wales is pretty good apart from the controlled politicians and weak economy. Glad I'm not in England. Scotland may be US, although I like the Second Amendment being ex-military. Hey, Second Amendment. I bet everyone in the Ukraine wish they had the Second Amendment before Russia decided to invade. I bet they all hoped and prayed that they had a gun, that 1 out of 2 people in the Ukraine owned a firearm, in fact, owned 2 firearms on average. I bet Russia would have had a different opinion about going in to take over that country if they were facing every other person owned 2 firearms each. I bet their opinion and their eagerness to just walk in and take over the country would have been a little bit different. Dow mentions the Constitutional Republic of the United States is one of the greatest countries in the world for people who want to exercise their right to self-determination. And I agree. Does that mean we're perfect? No, not at all. I'll never tell you that America's perfect. In fact, there is no perfect country, there is no perfect government, and there never will be. Please get rid of that illusion. If you think, well, if we just do it this way, it'll be perfect. Things will be perfect. No, there won't be any problems. That's a lie. You know why it's a lie? Because we're human beings, and human beings are not perfect. We screw up. We have prejudices. We have biases. We have preferences. We get things wrong. So there is no perfect government. There is no perfect country. But so far, there has yet to be anyone that is better than America in terms of your freedoms, starting at the beginning, from the moment you're born. In fact, in many states, from the moment you have a heartbeat, you are protected and you have rights and freedoms intrinsic to the fact that you have a beating heart, point blank. And I think that's wonderful. That's as close to utopia as we're going to ever get, I believe. Because I've seen the other governments. I've watched what they do to their people who speak out, who dare to honk a horn. We've seen what they will do to them. Take their money, take their businesses, take their property, imprison them. If they say the wrong word that someone somewhere doesn't like, then they're going to imprison them. They're going to fine them. They're going to ostracize them. Really? That's stupid. It's insulting and it's aggravating. But the more that we are watching our government give more and more power to people like the Capitol Police who are unaccountable to the public, who get to do almost anything that they want to, including beating down a woman who is unconscious, laying on the ground, and beating her with a baton, and have the news media say, well, she was just violent. She's a violent criminal. She's unconscious, unarmed, laying on the ground on January 6th. And the video shows the Capitol Police beating her with a baton, and she died. And we can't have an investigation into that because the Capitol Police are separate. I'm sorry, that's a problem. Yeah, I strive towards, people tell me, Mike, you got to understand, that's just the things you're hoping for. It's too much. I hear that from Republicans. I hear that from my local Republican Party. No, you're too much of a radical, Mike. You're too crazy. You're too far out there. We won't support you. I've literally heard that from my local Republican Party in my county. And they have told me, oh, certain members of the Republican Party, including B. Joy Data, the chairman of the Broome County Republican Party, which I will call you out on name, B. Joy. I have no problem doing that. I've done it before. I'll do it again. I said, no, we don't agree with your Republicanism, the way you believe Republicans should be. I don't know. I think most people do agree with even Democrats agree with my point of view on what it is to be an American citizen. Because my point of view of being an American citizen doesn't require you to be a Republican or a conservative or a libertarian or a Democrat or a progressive. It requires you to be an American. Period. Everything else after that, negotiable. We can work on that. We can agree and disagree on that. But you got to be an American first. And somehow, that's considered radical in America today in 2021. 2022. I don't understand it. But this is why I have to fight for every subscriber I get. It's why I have to fight. That's why I've been doing this for 15 years and I'm not stopping. And I get zero support from the Republican Party. I get zero support from elected officials because they're afraid, because I hold them all accountable, even in my own party. Because you deserve to have the choice. You deserve to have the information in full, not 30-second sound bites, not a minute and a half of the news, not the news director's opinion of the news as he or she silences all the voices of their reporters that are trying to cover stories that they know are newsworthy, but doesn't fit the corporate point of view, what the owner of the business wants to say. It's not just CNN. It's not just Jeff Bezos. It is local too. Well, what can we say? So Mike Bowie mentions utopia is term limits. Well, term limits, I believe, are essential. And I've said this before on the program. I'll say it again. Every elected official should be term limited. 6 years maximum. I don't care what you're running for. No one gets more than 6 years. You can have less. You can't have more than 6 years, period. Asian Black mentions that none of it matters. Speaking the truth as you know it is important. And I agree, which is why I don't rely on parties. I don't rely on elected officials. I rely on you, the public, you, my viewers from around the world. I rely on you. And that's why I do this every week, why I do the videos throughout the week, why I cover so many stories, why I do long-form political commentary and not 30-second sound bites to try and get your feelings to go one way or another. I give you information and I give you the links so that you can make up your mind for yourself, even when it disagrees with whatever conclusion I may have. Hello, Hal. Nice to see you here. Hey, Kuba, you are in Poland. I know it's way late for you. Kuba, are you okay? How is everyone doing in Poland right now? Are you getting a lot of refugees? And actually, Hal, it is pronounced Bowie, but Bowie is also said. Dal says, true enough, external vindication and acknowledgement is worth less than the internal acknowledgement of doing the right thing to find peace and satisfaction. I do this because I love it. And you're right, it is internal. I do this because I love it. I love speaking to you. I love hearing your voices, even the people who disagree with me, even if they disagree with me vehemently, as long as they have a reason to disagree with me and not simply, you're ugly, you're old, you're a Trumper, which is just a stupid statement. Don't even know what that means. Literally, anyone, if someone is calling you a Trumper or a Trumpist, that's a parrot. That's not an original thought. It doesn't mean anything. What does that mean? It's one of the terms that I really hate. It's one of the things that I get told all the time. It's right now, it's right up there with racist. Mike, you're a racist. I'm a racist? How am I a racist? You're not black. What do you mean I'm not black? The mirror says I am. My mom says I am. I think I am. Matter of fact, I know I am. So who are you to tell me what I am or I am not? But they seem to think, no, we know better. We know that you're a racist, Mike. Okay, sure. Got nothing to do with my life. You don't know who I am, but you saw a tweet and decide I'm a racist. He's got to be a racist. Okay. I do this because I believe in hearing the voices that actually have something to say, of substance. Not name calling, not embarrassing. And I think you see in this program, I'm against Joe Biden for the issues, for the policy, for being an ineffective elected official. And I will call out a lot of them. And yes, I believe that the Democratic Party, the progressive movement within the Democratic Party, is absolutely useless for the issues. You don't hear us picking on them because they're individual, like they dress funny or they look funny. That's not what I do. This is about substance. That's the difference. And that's what we don't get in our major news media anymore. There's too little substance and too much feeling. Kuba mentions, and folks, for people who don't know, Kuba is he's in Poland, and so he may have more information than a lot of people. Kuba mentions his mom is running a hostel from 2019, so we took in 3 Ukrainian families. All of them are kids and wives of Ukrainians that worked in Poland before the war. Well, God bless your mom. I'm glad that she's doing that, and I'm glad that they're safe, especially the children. I have no doubt that the Poles, and Kuba goes on to mention that the Poles are incredibly motivated and organized in helping the Ukrainians, and I think they're doing a fantastic job, and I understand why. Because they know what it is to be under the thumb of an autocratic government, a visibly self-acknowledged autocratic government like the Soviet Union was. And so I can see why they would be willing to help someone in fighting that and trying to regain their freedom. And I think it's commendable. Although I don't think that we should necessarily take away American border agents to send them to Poland when we have an American border that's already wide open. If the American border was closed, if it was secure, sure, why not? Let's get some agents over there and help them out. It's not. That's a big difference. Dallas, do we know if the current New York senators, that would be Senator Kirsten Gillibrand and Senator Chuck Schumer, are going for re-elections, or are they entering an exit by the midterms? Chuck Schumer is going for re-election, yes. And he's almost unbeatable in New York State. Kirsten Gillibrand is expected to not seek re-election. She's not up for re-election this term. She'll be up in 2024. And that will be the next term. And it's expected that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is currently positioning to get the supporters of Kirsten Gillibrand and to put them on her side to get her funding dedicated to her, so that in 2024, she will run for senator and replace Kirsten Gillibrand. That's the understanding that we have right now. And I think we saw that because that's why Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I believe, was in Florida. She was in Florida going to the snowbirds, individuals who travel between New York State and Florida, and she was going to them to try and get donations for her run in 2024. Agent Black mentions, don't feel the fear of the mainstream media. I don't. I know a bunch of them, and I will not back down. I'm not afraid. I haven't been. I've been threatened by everybody, Democrats, Republicans, news media, that they're all going to shut me down. Yeah, and they say that about a couple times a year. I'm going to shut you down. Yeah, okay. 15 years later, I'm still here. and I'm getting bigger and bigger. This channel gets bigger and bigger, and we're on Rumble, and we're on Odyssey, and we're on BitChute, and we have a Discord, and we're on Minds, and we're growing. So, and they keep saying, "Oh, we're gonna make you disappear." No, you're not. You'd be amazed how many times, in so many ways, that progressive leaders of tomorrow and the Democratic Socialists of America, especially the Ithaca chapter, and Citizen Action and the far left, how many times they threaten me in a year. Meaningless. I don't care. Okay, Kuba, that you wrote that in Polish, and I cannot read that at all, but I hope this is the translation of what you said. You said, I have not read how Biden responded to Russia's actions. Could you say something about this? Kuba, I've been spending most of the show talking about it. And several, about a dozen different videos since January. Actually, since December, probably 20 different videos about it. But let me try and give you a quick summary. So, Joe Biden, his response has been he will do as little as possible for the Ukraine while still maintaining an image that he is doing something. That's the key words. Do something. That's what politicians in the United States like to do when they have no idea what to do. They do something. And so Joe Biden has pushed sanctions, except he won't do sanctions on oil and gas, which are the most critical thing to do sanctions on, because that would affect the American economy. It would make it worse than it already is. And therefore, he's going to lose the 2022 midterm elections and 2024. That is his preeminent goal, to maintain the best possible position for the midterm elections and the elections for the presidency. Everything takes second place to that. Biden has already said that he will abandon Americans, and he has abandoned all Americans in the Ukraine and will not protect them. He will not send U.S. troops to get them. He will not send a C-130 to get them. He has said that he will defend NATO. NATO, of course, is not in danger. No one has threatened NATO. So he is basically saying things that mean nothing. He is now saying that the sanctions that he has suggested for 3 months as a prevention of Russia taking the actions it has taken were never meant to be preventative. And he is currently saying that he is going to put in more and more sanctions, except the sanctions he is putting in place already existed in 2014. They existed in 2016. They existed under President Trump. And those are the sanctions he's putting back in place, which really aren't that effective. So that's basically what he's done. And Cuba, you may have missed this. Joe Biden is also suggesting that he wants to take American custom border agents for the southern border of the United States. And he wants to take them from our southern border and to bring them to Poland so that they can protect the Polish border and try and regulate the refugees leaving from Ukraine into Poland. He has not mentioned, even though he's had 3 months to figure this out, whether or not the United States will accept any Ukrainian refugees, nor has he said how many if he would do that. He has not mentioned about any other aid that he might provide to the Ukrainian people, although, to be fair, he has authorized initially about $300,000 worth of handguns so that the Ukrainians can fight the Russians in their tanks with handguns. And he is now authorized to begin to send in anti-tank weapons after the fact, everyone's already being attacked, after it's going to be harder to supply any of the Ukrainian troops with any of the weapons that they need because they're in active fighting right now. So doing it now, like Germany is doing it now, is kind of after the fact and relatively ineffective. So that's, for Cuba and Poland, that's effectively what's happened. Mike Boyer mentions this used to be a 2-hour show. It was, it always, every so often I'd go over, but yeah, things have been getting crazier, so the show gets a little longer. Hal mentions a radical thought here. And by the way, folks, if you want, you can call in to 607-242-1582 It should be rotating right above the head. So you can call that number and call in if you wish. Hal says, radical thought here. NATO Western leaders saw that this wasn't the cakewalk that Putin thought it was. They knew Putin would get bogged down. I disagree with that. Going on, Hal goes, the invasion would have given the green light to put crushing sanctions on Russia, and Russia would exhaust their military on a fruitless invasion. Again, I disagree with that. Hal goes on to say, which is why they let Putin invade. Okay, first of all, Hal, let me address this. Why in the world would anyone let people die? What you said is that NATO and the Western leaders let people die. That they knew that they could do something to try and prevent this. But rather than preventing the needless death of civilians, they let it happen because Putin was going to spend money and he was going to get sanctions put against him. If that was the reasoning, then those leaders are evil. Point blank, absolutely, without question, that's evil. They're putting politics and, more importantly, money over people's lives. That's evil. So if that was their reasoning, their ultimate goal was, well, Putin's going to waste a lot of time and money killing people, and so that'll make it more effective for sanctions. That's evil. That's an evil calculation. And it's also ineffective. It is incorrect. Because the sanctions, which do not include oil and gas, which is the single greatest part of the Russian economy and is absolutely necessary for the European the European Union and Germany in particular, they have not put any sanctions on oil and gas. They're not going to put any sanctions on oil and gas, and therefore it's ineffective. And that's not, so it doesn't, your premise does not make sense in that it does not flow through. And Russia won't lose the war. It's not ineffective for Russia to go in. And they're not going to get that bogged down. Oh, yes, Kiev didn't fall in 24 hours. No, but it may fall and be taken over in a week or two. It's a war. These things take longer than usually anyone ever expects, usually, except if it's in Afghanistan and Joe Biden happens to be in charge. Then it happens lightning fast. But otherwise, usually it takes longer. So that's the thing. So no, Hal, I don't agree. And yes, Hal is correct. People are being slaughtered all over the world. That's absolutely true. They're now all being slaughtered by Russia, and they weren't, and in many of these nations, they weren't a focus of the United States. So it's not the same scenario. Turkey killed our Kurdish allies in 2019. You're talking about the PPK, which aren't really our allies, and they are seen as terrorists from around the world. So, no, not really. The PPK are allied against what we're seeing happening in Saudi Arabia. Not Saudi. Syria. So the PPK are fighting in the Syrians and sometimes with and against the Turkish, but they're considered to be terrorists. And so we let them die because they're terrorists. So it's not the same thing. That's not correct, Hal. And I do know about that region. I do know about the PPK. So you need a little more details on that because it's not correct. And again, not the same thing as what we saw here with Russia. Turkey is not Russia. It's not the same scenario. Vescoria mentions, I've been listening for a while regarding of who is right and wrong in the current conflict and all others. What I personally feel is disappointing that we are fighting for same dirt over and over again. We as a whole haven't learned to look forward towards vast new frontiers, referring to space. Well, I agree with you. Many wars these days are repeats of wars that have happened in the past. And we haven't moved forward because very often many of our leaders aren't talking or listening. And there's a focus on the politics more than it is on everything else. And it's because we have a lot of weak leaders. In the last 100 years, there have been a lot more, 70 years since World War II, we've seen a lot of weak leaders come into play because things have been really good for a lot of parts of the world. And they don't, look at Biden with he's been in government for 50 years. And he has no diplomacy, no negotiating skills whatsoever. So it's sad. So I agree with you. It is disappointing. Hal mentions that Turkey is the same thing as Russia. It just happened under the Trump administration, so I want to qualify it. No, Hal, let me be very, very clear, because I thought I was very clear. I gave you an exact reason. First of all, the people you're talking about in 2019 that were fighting in Syria, who are the Kurds, are called the PPK. They are a recognized terrorist organization. Yes, the United States has funded them under the Obama administration as well as the Trump administration. That is correct. And currently under the Biden administration, we continue to fund the PPK. They are continuously, throughout that entire time, have been considered terrorists. They just happen to be terrorists that fight on what we want them to fight for. Just like Al-Qaeda used to fight against the Russians, which we wanted, and we gave Al-Qaeda weapons, but Al-Qaeda was always terrorists, always. And they eventually decided to attack the United States and the U.S. interests because they're terrorists. So the PPK are terrorists. And when we didn't just let the PPK get killed, we did have some limited diplomatic back and forth with Turkey about that. So it is different. Also, Turkey is not Russia, period, point blank. That's in fact, it's absolute. So you can't compare Russia to Turkey, nor can you compare the PPK to the Ukrainians. Ukraine is a nation. The PPK are a terrorist organization inside a country. There are so many differences, it is absolutely not the same. So, Hal, you may want it to be the same. You may feel like it's the same. It is empirically not the same. So understand that when you make that argument, that's the case. Kuba says, Polish border customs are doing quite decent. Can't see any point in strengthening our borders. For now, hard economical sanctions and supporting EU politics is the best the USA can do for now. But as you mentioned previously, it has to be resolute and serious actions and sanctions. That's the thing I have the problem with. These are not serious sanctions, at least so far. They're not making definitive actions. And we are hearing weakness. We're hearing conflict from the White House and Biden and Harris on what they are actually trying to achieve and how they plan to achieve it. And that at times has been conflicting with the United Kingdom and France and Germany, all having different opinions about how to deal with this, which is why it's been completely ineffective. And the news media won't tell Americans this. They keep editing this. There is so much propaganda surrounding this to try and they're demonizing the Russians. Fantastic. I have no love of the Russians, the Russian government. Russian people, fantastic. Russian government, not so much. And I say that because I've lived in Russia and I know the Russian people, got to know them very well. Some of the great people. Russian government, not at all. And so there is a big difference there. And we really, really need to have, and I think the credibility, Biden has wasted too much time and been too ineffective and too confused in his non-existent foreign policy he's not going to be able to ever influence Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping out of China, or Kim Jong-un out of North Korea, or even Prime Minister Raisi out of Iran. He just, no one thinks he's strong. And I really don't think there's any way he can make them believe it. And that's the problem. That's a big problem for global stability going forward. Hal mentions, my point with Turkey and the Kurds is that we do sit back and let people get killed. Hal, there are people all over the world. There are, 7 billion people in the world? The United States has 330 million people. Yeah, people die. It happens. We can't be everywhere, and we're not the police of the world. It's not our job. We're not here to stop everything. People died in Burkina Faso in West Africa. I didn't hear anyone screaming about that. No one cared. That's the reality. It's a fact. There's a lot of places around the world. What about what's going on in Venezuela right now? The Venezuelan government is killing its people. That is a fact. In Cuba, Cubans are killing their people. They're making them disappear every time they try and have a protest. And they silence the people so that we can't find out about all the protests that are going on there. Does that mean we should be going into Cuba? Which I'm not necessarily against, but I don't think you'd agree with me, Hal. I think you'd say, no, we can't do that. Well, what's the difference? If you're saying that, well, we have to be everywhere where people are dying, one, that's not possible. And two, that's not how politics works. And again, Cuba or Venezuela or Turkey are not Russia. Not the same scenario, not the same threat, not the same capabilities. It's not the same. Dow mentions the removal of U.S. support from the PPK would have to happen because of the intent to withdraw from the region. It was understood that they were proxy troops to avoid getting American boots on the ground. Yes, they were. And they're also a terrorist organization. And, we use them, like many countries use many different agents. And, it is what it is. Hal mentions, you probably forgot what your initial response was to my radical idea, because you are contradicting your initial response. I do not believe I am. I'm trying to look back at this here, because it would be evil to have let. Are you trying to say that because the terrorist organization, because we didn't defend them, that's the same thing as not defending a nation? Because there's lots of differences there. You do realize that, Hal. There's a big difference between not defending a terrorist organization and not defending a nation, especially when we have expressly said and we have made overtures for over a decade, telling that nation that we will protect them, that we are going to work with them, that we have agreements in writing saying that we would help in their best interests if they were to ever be attacked. It's part of the neutrality agreement that the Ukraine made with the West and with Russia, and why they gave up their nuclear weapons. That's not the same thing as a bunch of terrorists that we said, here's some guns, go kill those guys first. Not the same thing. I didn't misspeak. I just don't equate the PPK with the nation of the Ukraine. They're not the same. And if you want to say, well, every life is equal, no, this is just not true. Not politically, anyway. May be unpleasant to hear, but the fact is, no, they're not the same. And politically, they're not the same. Geographically in terms of nations, they're not the same. There's just so many differences. Your example is a poor example. And again, I use that same example with Venezuela, with Cuba, with many places around the world. They're all different, not the same. Again, you don't have to agree with me. You can have whatever opinion you want to have, and Hal disagrees. Okay, that's fantastic. Let me ask you this. If you are correct, Hal, if Biden knew that Russia was going to go in, he knew that the Ukrainians would be able to hold them off and that Russia is going to lose because the Ukrainian people will be able to fight off the full might of being outmanned, outgunned, out-tanked by 3-1, that they're going to be able to fight off the Russians. Okay? And we knew this. And we let them fight without providing them any weapons ahead of time, without providing them any supplies ahead of time, without looking to take care of their people like their refugees ahead of time, that we just let all of that happen so that they could die in enough numbers to make it look bad for Russia so that we could slap on some sanctions on them. Okay. And what's your answer on how do we resolve this then? What's the end game here? What's America's end game? We put the sanctions on them, and then what? And then what happens? And I'm being very serious here. I'm not trying to be facetious, but I want people to understand. And then what? Because even if you're right, even if that is exactly the idea that Joe Biden had, it's going to be terrible, people are going to die, but then we get to punish Russia. And then what? Because it doesn't stop there. Because people are dying, which means there are going to be refugees. There's going to be need for economic aid. There's going to be bitterness from Russia to the United States for having all of our interactions in this. What happens then? Dal says, what Mike was saying is that if NATO leaders approach Putin's move into the Ukraine from the position that Putin underestimated the Ukrainian progression, and that led them to choose inaction over protecting the people of Ukraine, that is evil. I thought I said that, but if I had not, yes, that's correct. That is what I'm saying. I thought I was clear about that, but if I wasn't clear about that, there is the clarification. And again, let's go with that thought that, okay, NATO said Putin has underestimated this. Then why do they, and you can even say, well, Mike, they're waiting for the timing. Okay, so they were waiting for Russia to step in, to underestimate the Ukrainian people, and to get into this fight. Then why do they not have and are announcing now how they're going to take care of the Ukrainian refugees? What are the aid programs that they are going to be putting in? How are they going to support the Ukrainian people? Where is their way of helping this? There is a failure here in that logic. Which again, if we're going by your thought, if I'm understanding it correctly, that they're counting on the fact that Putin underestimated them, then why are they not doing anything else that are the natural consequences of that thought? Isn't that evil too? Hal says that I have a very rosy view of how war and foreign affairs work. And that he's not saying that he's 100% right, but he's not wrong because we wouldn't allow people to be killed. I do not agree with you, Hal. Point blank. First, I think I have a very realistic, an absolutely realistic view of war and foreign affairs. International policy, which I study for many decades now. And I have lived in the regions we're talking about. So I have a personal point of view. I have individuals like Cuba, like Viscoria, and others who are giving me insight and input from other nations as well. And I am evaluating their input, plus the international news that is not being covered by the United States and the coverage by the United States, and have been doing so in this specific issue for 3 months, beyond the international policy of the Biden administration since January 21st of 2021, as well as the United States international policy for the last 15 years, as well as my experience personally overseas in living in that country. So, and also being a United States Marine. I think I have a very good understanding of war and a very good understanding of international politics. And I have often been very exact in the predictions I have made about what's happening with international politics as well as domestic politics. So I think I have a very good understanding of these things. You may not agree with that, but that doesn't mean I'm wrong, nor does it mean that I don't understand. It means you don't agree. But I'm not seeing you refute what I am saying. If you can refute it, if there's evidence or information that I have misunderstood, please tell me what that is. If there is another logical conclusion to what I have said, please tell me what that is. Because I'm not hearing that. I'm hearing you don't agree. Okay, you don't have to. But that doesn't mean I'm wrong. And it doesn't mean anything you've said is correct, because it is based on what I believe and what I've described. And I have given you the examples of what I see in your philosophy here. Your understanding is flawed, fundamentally flawed. If I'm misunderstanding you, please tell me. Hal goes on to say, whether it's evil or not, I agree with you, but that doesn't mean we don't make strategic decisions with collateral damage figured in. Actually, we do. We absolutely, every nation makes decisions based on collateral damage. Absolutely. The Obama administration did that all the time. That's why they used drones. And that's also why they limited the coverage of drones. And that's why they always mention the people killed by drones as collateral damage. As an example, Obama's not the only one, but it's just the first one that came to my mind because the drones were all about collateral damage and covering up the collateral damage. And the reason why we did it is because it was easier than sending troops into Yemen, which he couldn't do. Obama would never be able to get troops. Trump, Biden, we can't get troops into Yemen realistically to fight off some of the terrorist organizations that are there. We just can't. There would be an outrage. The American people would balk at that. There is no justification that we could provide at this moment that would actually allow us to do that. So drones are an alternative, and they do that because to put the troops in would be a war that would be far more devastating than dropping in a drone and killing the collateral of some civilians. It's a calculation that's made all the time. It's part of international politics. So yeah, we do make those strategic considerations with those things figured in as a regular part of international policy where armed conflict is being considered. That's a fact. And you can ask anyone who's worked at the Pentagon, and they will tell you that too. Whether or not I have contacts at the Pentagon, I will not admit. Dow mentions, the PPK were combatants whose goals aligned militarily with the goals of countries within that theater, and it was a marriage of convenience with the understanding that each side was using the other. Afghanistan is a good example of the evil misuse of the cold calculus of war when abused by a weak and feckless leadership. I agree. And I've done articles on the PPK, by the way. So just so you know, it's not just like, oh, I kind of know. I've done articles on the PPK. I've been following the PPK for years. I think the first article I did on the PPK was back in 2017. If I remember it correctly, it was about 2017. So I've been following them for a while. They're not a bunch of nice guys at all. And again, I would never consider a terrorist organization, a cell, even whether you want to call them freedom fighters or terrorist cell, whatever you want to call them, they're not the same thing as a nation. Just, they're not the same. They're not equivalent, period, ever. Not the same thing. But I'm not telling you that you can't have your opinion, Hal. I just don't see, I see too many flaws in it. So it is not a convincing argument to me. By the way, Hal, you were going to run for Congress in the New York 22nd District. That district no longer exists, as I had predicted since 2017. Oh. Did the internet overlords hate me? Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did hate me for a second there. So, Hal, you said that you were going to run for the New York 22nd District. I did an interview with you based on that. And now we have an entirely new district, which I predicted from 2016 on that would look somewhat like what we have right now. In essence, being the idea was still contained, although the exact lines are a little shifted. Are you still running for the New York 23rd or the new New York 22nd, which includes Syracuse, which would put you up against Josh Riley as the Democrat running for that district, which is a heavily Democrat district, specifically because they made it with Syracuse in there on purpose. I haven't heard you say anything about that, so be happy to hear your public announcement of whether you're still in the race or not. I didn't forget that you had decided to run for Congress. I'd love to hear whether you still are. And therefore, if you are a candidate, are you officially, well, that would mean that you officially are taking the position as a candidate for Congress in favor of what Joe Biden has done, which the majority of Americans disagree with. Okay. And again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm trying to understand. Just one clarification. Dal, you're correct. The Kurds in Iraq are not the same as the Kurds in the PPK, which are in Turkey. Two different organizations, well, two different groups of people. One is a political organization, which is recognized as a terrorist organization. Another is a group of people regionally that were native to that area and are almost a semi-autonomous region. That's entirely different. And they're also persecuted. So many different levels and differences between the PPK and the Kurds, which is why I call the PPK, I don't call them Kurds, they're PPK. Totally different thing. And again, I'm familiar with that as well. So big differences. And I know, folks, there's some folks who are watching this and they're going, I don't know what you're talking about, Mike. And in this one conversation, I would not expect you to know that. And perhaps I'm going more in depth because of the question that was asked, because I've covered this before, and I would suggest check out any of my channels and look up the PPK and see the videos that I have done on that over the years so that you can get a better understanding. It is somewhat long. The shorthand is the PPK is a terrorist organization that has worked with or alongside the United States in fighting in Syria, but Turkey is trying to kill them, and the United States is really not opposed to that, as long as they're fighting intermittently with Syria, and we have given them arms to do that. So we tell Turkey not to kill them as much, because they're busy fighting the fight we want them to fight in Syria. So that's essentially, in a nutshell, in a very condensed sense, that's what the PPK are. And very much analogous to what Al-Qaeda was when they were fighting against the Russians in Afghanistan. Very similar, very analogous. And in fact, I think that we are creating a similar type of organization in the way we have supported the PPK to fight an enemy in Syria that we want to fight. We're also kind of creating another terrorist cell that one day may come back to bite us in the butt. That's my belief. I've had that belief for many years, and I have yet to see evidence that would make me think otherwise. The Kurds are an indigenous people in Iraq, the northeastern portion of Iraq, who are constantly under attack by Iraq, the Taliban and ISIS and Al-Qaeda, and they're constantly under attack. They're basically Christians, and they're people that we've also supported, but that's a different scenario. Just so people who aren't familiar with these terms and these organizations, give you some background on that. Yes, folks, I pay attention to a lot of stuff happening overseas that I know most people do not follow, but I do. Hal, are you going to answer me about whether or not you're still running for Congress? And again, I'm not trying to call you out. I'm just trying to understand. And it's important, since you are commenting and someone who may be a candidate who is commenting on this program, and you're making a position, a political position on international politics, it's important for people to know, are you speaking as a citizen or are you speaking as a candidate for Congress? It makes a difference. Voters should know. Voters should be able to know and be able to say, okay, this is Hal's position in this conflict. This is what he has stated when they're evaluating whether or not they should vote for you. So, and I should have mentioned it initially when you first mentioned that you were making comments. Again, I'm not trying to call you out. I just want voters to have a clear understanding. Mike Bowie mentions, was Putin allowed to invade to possibly give Biden a distraction to hide behind? I disagree with that, Mike, in this sense. I think Biden used Putin as a distraction. I think initially that Biden thought that Putin would back down to the sanctions and that he wouldn't invade. I believe in December that was his thought. And therefore he could use this to try and bolster his image after the absolute fiasco of the Afghanistan rout. And so he went and he was trying to make it seem like he's big and tough, and like he's been trying to say since he got in, that he's able to stand toe-to-toe with Putin and that Putin wouldn't mess with him, which we have seen in every single instance where Biden has tried to step up to Putin. Putin has laughed in his face, and it has never gone well for the Biden administration. And so that first misconception by Biden was why Biden initially started with telling Ukraine to give up some of the land, to cede their land, to give up their part of their nation. That's because he initially thought he had the same power that he had under the Obama administration. And that would make him seem as a peacemaker and a deal maker. And he thought that sanctions would hold back Russia and he could force the Ukraine to give up land. That failed. That brought us into January. In January, the evolving situation was, okay, since Ukraine is not going to give up, then we have to make Putin stand off. And again, he's still looking from the position of politics and trying to make himself seem like a strong leader by saying, we're going to put these sanctions against you, and they're going to be devastating. They're going to destroy your nation, and you're not going to go in because we're putting the full might of America against it. And Putin laughed in his face, essentially. And that didn't work, which brought us into February, where because Biden hadn't thought this through, and because he had made conflicting statements offhandedly and not realizing the impact of them and how it defeated negotiations and his own diplomatic efforts with the State Department and Blinken, not realizing how that countered everything he was trying to say and the tough stance he was trying to make, Putin continued to move forward, recognizing that there was no policy, there was no plan, and it was not well thought out. And that essentially encouraged Putin to go forward with his plan, because his biggest obstacle, the United States, was basically confused. But it was meant, I think, from Biden's point of view, initially at least, as a distraction and something that he could bolster himself for the 2022 election with. So I hope, Mike, that makes sense to you. And it's summarizing a lot of videos and a lot of coverage that I've done on this, but I think that's the ideology or the mindset of the Biden-Harris administration from December to today, and how it is their missteps have allowed this to move forward, and why it escalated in the way that it has, and why it's continuing to escalate. Dow says, I don't think it was an allowance. I think it was a matter of seizing it as an opportunity, which is kind of what I'm mentioning, but it's a little bit of a distraction. The allowance is that when Putin recognized there was no substance behind it, that he took advantage of it. Dow mentions that Turkey looks to be making a move to limit access to the Black Sea and the Mediterranean Sea to Russian ships if the conflict continues. So the Crimea becomes moot, at least as international sea trade is concerned. Except Dow, got to remember that they have not only the Crimea, but also they've taken over the southern portion of the Ukraine and the southern ports, which gives them another access point both to the Crimea to back it up and also to get into the Black Sea. So it gets a little more complicated. And you're correct. Turkey is no slouch. They've been investing in their military very heavily. And they do have combat-ready drones. And it could be a further escalation, but I do not believe that Turkey is willing to go toe-to-toe against Russia in that manner. They don't want to have that conflict. If they have to defend themselves, Turkey, I think, is more than willing to do so. And I think they have more of a defensive stance than anything else. But to proactively try to force Russia, I don't think they have the political will, nor do they have the military capability. They could delay, they can definitely defend, but they can't be proactive. And they share a border with Kazakhstan, as I remember. Tajikistan, I think partially with Tajikistan and partly with Kazakhstan, if I remember the geography correctly. And so that's a bit of a problem for them too, because then they'd be looking at a war on two fronts, one coming from the sea, one coming from land. And Russia can hold two fronts in a war, especially when they're so close together. They could do that. They have the military might to be able to do that. Turkey doesn't. So that's just my take on that. I could be wrong. I don't think Turkey is going to do more than defensive posturing, because they're not at risk, at least at this moment. And in the near term, Russia has not made indications or overtures saying that they would want to take Turkey at this moment. But it is something to keep an eye on for the future. Oh my God, it's been 4.5 hours. Okay. So folks, we've been talking a lot about what's going on in the world right now, some of the players that are involved in the world, the direction of things, some of the consequences that we think could be possibly happening. And I hope all of that, whether you agree with it or not, is fine. I hope that you found some value in the discussion, in the understanding of the issues, in hearing about some of the information you're not hearing from any other news source, whether it's about the fence that you're going to be paying for in DC, or the ability of the Capitol Police to use the National Guard, something that's never been done before, and it's brand new power that has now been given to them. Whether it's talking about really the sad story of Judge Jackson, who is now going to be up for the Supreme Court. We've covered so much, and of course, so much about the Ukraine. We've talked to people who were in Poland. We've talked to people who have influence and knowledge about this. There's so much there. I hope that this has been beneficial to you, whether or not you agree, because I'm not asking you to agree, but I am asking you to understand the conclusions and to see the data and see the information and know that there is more than the 30 seconds you may be getting from CNN or MSNBC or ABC or even Fox News for that matter. There is much more going on, and you're not being told the whole story. And we need to. And we need to look at what happens in the State of the Union, because everyone else in the world is looking for that to see what's going to happen next. There are a lot of consequences for what's going on. And as I have said since January, I have been telling you, inflation is going higher. We're going to see an official 11% inflation rate. And I believe strongly that you're going to see that real world, it's going to be closer to about 35% for the average citizen, up from the 22% that exists right now. And I think that a lot of that's going to be because of energy prices. And I do think that the economists that are now estimating a $5, possibly $8 per gallon gas is realistic and probably will happen. Forewarned is prepared. You know. You may not agree, and that's fine. And you can hold me accountable. If these things don't happen the way I'm describing, I am more than happy to say I got it wrong. And I am telling you right now, I hope I do get it wrong. I hope inflation doesn't get anywhere near where I believe it will, though I think it could exceed it. I hope gasoline doesn't get anywhere near where some economists are predicting. I hope that it never gets anywhere near there. I hope that the economy rebounds significantly. I hope so. I hope that Congressman Antonio Delgado takes word for word, verbatim, the idea I had to try and to stop the growth and escalation of the problems in the Ukraine and try and hold off any problems from China and from North Korea and from Iran. I hope he takes word for word my idea and presents it to the American people. I'm happy for it. Plagiarize me on that if you want, so that as long as it happens, I'm happy for that. And I'd be even happier if it isn't necessary. But we're already past that point. But I think it's important that we have these conversations. And I am most of all happy that you have been with me, whether it's for the entire 4.5 hours that I've been speaking today, or whether it's, a half hour here or an hour there. We try to provide you with as much information as possible, information that is not necessarily readily available, and probably parts of it will come out in the next week, as it seems to be happening lately since January. We talk about it on a Sunday. The rest of the week, people talk about what we already discussed. I hope that it will. By the way, I'm going to be looking for the comments after the show on people. I may put up a post asking, do you want me to do a live stream of the State of the Union? I know I've got about 3 people who've said yes so far. Let me know your thoughts. The majority of people, if I get the answers tomorrow, then I'll do the live stream. If no one answers, well, then I won't. But I think it was a good show. I think it was great to talk with everyone, to hear the different ideas, to hear the voices of people from Poland and from over in England, the British United Kingdom, to hear people from across the United States on so many different subjects, including talking about our colleges and what our colleges are doing to our students. I really am grateful to each and every one of you. I want you to be well. I want everyone to be safe, please, everywhere in the world. And I look forward to seeing you both throughout the week and also every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Please don't forget to like, share, and most of all, please subscribe. I'll talk to you again very soon.